All right, welcome everyone. It's 4:30. So this joint meeting of the Carefree Town Council, the Board of Directors of the Town of Carefree Utilities Community Facilities District, and the Carefree Water Company will come to order. So please take a silent roll call. We have one board member missing, Mr. Delicio. Item number 1, confirm the appointment of Clint Miller as a new member of the Board of Directors of the Carefree UCFD and the Carefree Water Company, effective as of the Carefree Town Council meeting on July 11th, 2023. So, Mr. Crossman.
Mayor Crane, members of the council, members of the board, good evening. Just as a quick reminder, this is a joint meeting tonight of the Town Council and of the Carefree UCFD Board and the Carefree Water Company Board. I would like to take this opportunity under agenda item number 1 to welcome our newest board member, Clint Miller. Welcome, Mr. Miller. And as the mayor said, Mr. Miller was appointed to the Town Council at the council meeting of July 11th, which automatically places him on the board of directors for the water company and the UCFD. But I know that Clint will be a great board member, but I would like to entertain a motion that confirms Mr. Miller as a new board member, our newest board member for the UCFD and the water company.
All right, so I will entertain a motion to appoint Mr. Miller to the board.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Welcome.
Welcome aboard, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
Item number 2, approval of the July 11th, 2023 minutes of the regular meeting of the Utilities Community Facilities District Carefree Water Company meeting minutes. Are there any comments to the minutes? Hearing none, I entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 3, review, discussion, and possible action on UCFD and Water Company Resolution 2023-06, which authorizes the execution of Addendum number 4 to the Advance in Aid of Construction Water Facilities Agreement dated June 7th, 2006, modifying the UCFD Water Company repayment schedule. Mr. Crossman.
Thank you, Mary Crane. Before we get into agenda items number 3 and 4, I would like to give you a brief update on the Carefree Water Consolidation Project via our scorecard. The work on the Water Consolidation Project is definitely winding down. We are getting close to completion of those portions of the project that are currently under construction. As you can see on our scorecard here, we've transitioned over just about all of the customers that we planned on transitioning. About 95% of the customers have been transitioned over to the Carefree Water Company system, 525 out of 554 customers. We've replaced nearly all of the meters that we planned on replacing to put them on our meter reading system. We've installed 100% of our pipelines associated with the project, so 26,000 lineal feet of pipeline have been installed. That's just under 5 miles of pipeline have been installed as part of the project. And the Tom Darlington Water Storage Reservoir is conservatively at about 90% completion. It's probably more between 90 and 95% complete. We are waiting on some of the mechanical equipment, the electrical equipment, and the instrumentation and control to be completed and installed in the utility area. The gates on the utility area have just been put in place. That will allow us this week to consolidate and compress the construction fence into a smaller area in the southwest part of the site. So very soon it's going to start looking more like the water storage reservoir that we envisioned and less like a construction site. So that's very exciting for us. And of course, the Peaceful Place Booster Pump Station has not been contracted for yet, is not under construction. We'll be talking about that tonight. So that's kind of a brief update on the water consolidation project. Agenda item numbers 3 and 4 do deal with the restructuring of our capital advance with the town. And a little bit of background on the capital advance. The capital advance dates back to 2006 when the town and the district, or the UCFD, did enter into a repayment agreement. It's officially titled as the Advance in Aid of Construction. We've shortened that title to the capital advance just for ease of reference. It is a agreement that deals with the repayment for various improvements to the water system that the town funded back when the water system was kind of fledgling. We had just purchased the water company through the UCFD via our bonding effort, and the town did step in and do some water improvements and fund some water improvements. Originally, the repayment amount was for $2.3 million. Subsequent to that original agreement in 2006, there were some more improvements that the town did fund, and there were 2 revisions to the repayment agreement, or to the Advance in Aid of Construction agreement, that raised the repayment amount up to $3.2 million. That repayment is for principal only. There is no interest associated with the capital advance. Repayment on the capital advance did start in December of 2018 by design. Once the water company and the UCFD got done paying off the bond and the bond holders in 2018, that same amount then was scheduled to be repaid to the town. And so we did start that in December of 2018. To date, we've paid back the town just over $2 million, about $2.1 million, with the remaining balance on that original capital advance of $1.15 million. As you may recall, during the budgeting process for this fiscal year that we're in right now, the fiscal year 23-24, and in the budget workshop, the Carefree Water Company and the town UCFD did request a new infusion into the capital advance of $2 million, and that's to help fund 2 projects, the Silver Saddle Gravity Zone Improvement Project and the Peaceful Place Booster Pump Station. The Silver Saddle project will help match and provide the community match for a federal funding on the project to the tune of $800,000 if we provide $1.2 million. And then the Peaceful Place Booster Pump Station Improvement Project, we ask for $800,000. So just to kind of refresh your memory on both of those projects, the Silver Saddle Gravity Zone Pipeline Upgrade Project will install just about 4,100 lineal feet of new 8-inch pipeline. It will replace deficiently sized 3-inch pipeline up in the Highlands area, which is an area that historically has been very deficient as far as fire protection and fire flow. We'll also install 7 new hydrants up in this area, primarily along Concho Lane and Sombrero Road, and provide fire protection to that local neighborhood. The total benefiting area for the Silver Saddle project is fairly extensive, and it's shown on this map in blue. The benefiting area includes 544 properties in our original service area and 47 properties in the transition area, again, that's shown in blue on this map, so fairly large benefiting area from this project. Switching over to the Peaceful Place Booster Pump Station project, which is shown on the lower part of this slide by the blue dot. Improvements to the Peaceful Place Booster Pump Station will allow us to pump fire flow into 3,200 newly constructed but existing 6-inch pipeline that's been constructed along Peaceful Place and along Nevermind Trail, and will allow us to put fire flow into 7 new hydrants that are existing along both those streets, Peaceful Place and Nevermind Trail. It will also allow us to transition 22 new customers in the west side of Neighborhood B that are transitioned up to this point. And then the benefiting area within our original service area includes 21 properties shown in red on this graphic. There is another side benefit to the improvements to the Peaceful Place Booster Pump Station, which now is shown by the blue dot on the upper part of this graphic. There is another area to the south of Peaceful Place, which is also serviced by this booster pump station, shown in red on the graphic. This is an area that with future water line improvements, increase in water line size, and future fire hydrant improvements, will be able to be provided with fire protection. This would benefit 31 properties in our original service area when we are able to fund those improvements in the future. So all said and done, the fire protection benefits for the Peaceful Place Booster Pump Station Improvement Project include 52 properties in our original service area and 22 properties in the transition area. So this next slide shows you kind of an overview of the new capital advance restructuring and repayment that we're proposing in these two agenda items tonight. Again, the current balance on the capital advance is about $1.15 million. We are asking for a new infusion of $2 million tonight. We also will be repaying to the town the money that was spent to purchase a Tom Darlington water storage reservoir property to the tune of about $145,000, which puts our new repayment balance at about $3.3 million. The revised repayment schedule looks like this. In the fiscal year that we're in right now, fiscal year 23-24, we will be repaying the town $20,000. This is a requirement of our Series 2021 bonding effort. That remains unchanged. In the next 3 fiscal years, we will pay $48,000 per year. This is while we're still paying off the WIFA loan to the town to the tune of $245,000 per year. That WIFA loan will be retired in fiscal year 26-27. And at that point in time, what we will do is slide that $245,000 over from the WIFA loan repayment to help repay the town capital advance. So that will put us at 11 payments of $300,000 starting in fiscal year 27-28. All said and done, we will make 15 years of payments on the capital advance, and it will be paid off in fiscal year 37-38. This is all really being done to kind of smooth out the total water company UCFD debt service. And what we're doing on this smoothing is for 15 years from starting in this year, we'll be paying $1.4 million in total debt service for the water company UCFD. That will take us into fiscal year 37-38. And at that point in time, the capital advance will be paid off. And then for the next 13 years, all we'll be paying on is a Series 2021 bond to the tune of $1.1 million. And that will be paid off in fiscal year 50-51. So just to summarize the agenda items that you'll be acting on tonight, agenda item number 3 is a UCFD and water company board item. It does approve the capital advance repayment restructuring or repayment, and that repayment schedule will be approved via resolution 2023-06. Agenda item number 4 is a town council action. It does 2 things. It authorizes the transfer of the $2 million capital advance from the town to the water company UCFD, and then approves this repayment restructuring via resolution 2023-08. So with that, I'd open it up to any questions that the board council might have, and then would ask that we address some motions.
So before we have questions, if you hold your question, we have 2 public comments. So we'll allow those public comments to happen first, and then we can go to discussion of the council. So I would just ask public comments, just limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. Come up and speak into the microphone at the podium. So Mr. John Trainer.
John Trainer,
23-year resident, Carefree. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Crossman has already answered most of the questions that I had. The remaining question is, other than the debt service that we saw on the screen tonight, which I think amounted to 33 million and change, is there any other debt service being held by the, owed by the water company at this point in time?
Mayor Crane, members of the council and the board, Mr. Trainer, this is an overall concept for our debt service. So it is including all of the debt service that we have right now under the umbrella of the water company and the UCFD.
So in answer to the question, there is no additional.
There is no additional debt service.
One final question now that you've answered that. Is there any other anticipated loans or bonds contemplated in the next 2 to 5 years, in your judgment?
Mr. Trainer, I don't have anything anticipated. We've not been in any discussions with anybody as far as additional debt and debt service. So right now, no, there are no plans for additional debt for the
Okay.
water company or UCFD.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Michael Braun?
Good evening, Town Council. Sir. My background is finance, okay? I don't know anything about whether the projects are good, bad, or indifferent, et cetera. I assume, obviously, that the water company has done their homework in that area. My concern is that this board, whether it's the Utilities Board, the Carefree Water Board, or the Town Council, has obligated the residents of Carefree to repay approximately $35 million. 18 or 20 million in a bond issue, which my understanding is that with interest will be over about a $32 million number. And we've just talked about 3.2, 3.3 million here, which the city is lending to the Carefree Water Company at 0 interest, which today is a gift of $150,000 a year to the water company, which the town is not receiving. I don't know why. You're making us pay the interest, the debt, and everything else on a bond issue outside. Why doesn't the town charge interest? It's certainly deserving of it, seems to me. But the real question becomes, do all of you want to lend what all you're doing is lending money to yourselves. It's an incestuous thing. I was a banker. I couldn't lend money to myself. You approve loans at the Carefree Town Council, to the Carefree Water Company, to the Facilities Board, and you also set the rates on the water company, or approve them. So therefore, you have both sides of this issue. You obligated us for $35 million without a vote on our part. You also get to set the rates of what we have to pay the water company so that that $35 million can be paid back. Again, no vote. It seems like we need to have some difference in these boards so that there can be some justification, so that there can be some, I don't know, ability of the townspeople to have input. And you're going to say, well, we had all these town meetings. Wonderful. We had all the town meetings. I'm sure there were some objections. I don't know. I was not there. But there's nothing that we as residents can do to stop any of this except re-elect a different board. So I think you need to figure out whether or not it's time to be a little more transparent in this business. And I think it's also time that we understand that these three boards, which is really one, have obligated the residents of Carefree for $35 million over the next 15 to 20 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So that closes public comment, so thank you. Open up discussion to the council.
Yeah, I have a question.
Mr. Crossman, do you anticipate any rate increases to the Carefree water users over this $2 million that we're spending to bring the rest of the town onto its water system?
Councilmember Johnson, no, we're not anticipating anything above what is planned in the 5-year rate plan. Right now, the way we've structured this repayment is that most of the money will be coming from money that we're already paying back on the WIFA loan. So we'll be fairly transparent to our customers, that same amount of money, which we've been paying on the WIFA loan for probably 15 years now, if not 18 years, will then slide over to the capital advance repayment. So we have structured it this way to make it transparent to our customers and not require a rate increase to support this.
So the cost of the water system, as I understand it, with the bonds and the transaction with Cave Creek is about $21.5 million. And then with interest over the life of the loan, the total cash flows approximate $32 million and some change.
That is correct.
But at the end of the day, the new rate users do pay a $20 surcharge on their bill, correct?
That is correct.
And it's also anticipated that the cash flows from these new users will provide 60–70% roughly to cover the debt.
I would agree with that.
But then the revenues that we take in will cover the rest of the debt without additional rate increases, other than the normal rate increases we do every year. Is that correct?
Councilmember Johnson, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead.
Could we go back a couple slides, please?
Sure, tell me
I
when.
think 3.
Oops.
Whoops. Right here.
There,
Would
okay.
you tell me once again the Tom Darlington, where that 143 is for?
That is the amount that the town paid for the Tom Darlington Water Storage Reservoir property, so the purchase of the property.
the land.
Okay, the land, that's a land cost, yes.
Okay. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay. That's all I had. And then this 3.2 you have scheduled, how long does that go out for? In terms of repayment on that?
Repayment will be completed in fiscal year 37-38, so out 15 years.
Thank you. That was it for me.
So, Mr. Crossman, we have like a rate plan that was developed by professionals. Maybe you could talk about that a little bit, so people get calibrated, set some expectations. So I believe it's, why don't you tell
For
us?
Mayor Crane, going into the Series 2021 bonding effort, we had Wildan Associates do a financial plan for the water company. They did look at what would be required to support repayment of this bonding effort. They looked at a 5-year rate plan, which calls for a 4.4% increase in each of those 5 years. I believe we're in the second year of the 5-year rate plan. So we have 3 more 4.4% rate increases, which is really, it's interesting they pointed out that is less than the national average. The national average for water rate increases is about 6%. So they did note that the rate increases that we had planned in the 5-year rate plan are less than the national average. With the approval of 4.4% rate increases over the next 3 fiscal years, since we already have had 2, we should be able to pay off our debt for the Series 2021 bonding effort. And then look at, after that they assumed, and it gets fuzzy out there, and it got fuzzy in year 5, they assumed 2% rate increases after that. That's going to be driven more by inflation than anything else. So we'll have to see when we get 3 years out in the future what inflation looks like, what our costs look like. But it looks like we can keep rate increases after that to a reasonable level also.
Okay, great, thank you.
But also cap water costs are unknown at this time, so that could be a factor.
Councilmember Amoroso, there are a lot of unknowns as we move into the future as far as water costs, water shortages, shortage conditions on the Colorado River that could have an impact on costs as we move into the future. That's a good thing to point out. Yes, thank you.
Good comment.
Greg, you showed several fire hydrants being, these new installations or these repairs on ones that are,
All of the fire hydrants that were shown on the graphics are new installations rather than fire hydrant repairs. There's 7 in the Peaceful Place neighborhood, and there is also 7 in the Silver Saddle neighborhood.
so currently without these fire hydrants being in place, the people in those communities are at risk if there is a fire.
That is correct. There are no fire hydrants in these neighborhoods prior to the projects being done.
So this is strictly a safety issue for the community. Would you agree to that?
I don't know if it's strictly a safety issue. There are water supply benefits associated with, especially the
well,
Silver
yeah, of
Saddle
course.
project.
But if
But,
there was an
but
emergency,
safety and fire protection is a big driver in these projects also.
with respect to the entire community that you service, are there other areas that need additional fire hydrants? Or do we say at this state, once these are done, our community is protected with respect to have the resources to be protected with fire hydrants services?
Councilmember Hatcher, our work is never done. No, there are still areas of the community and areas around the Silver Saddle project. All those streets that you see there are streets that don't have fire hydrants associated with them. So there's still major portions of Carefree that do not have fire protection. And we've also done a good job in expanding the fire protection in Carefree over, the last 15 to 20 years, but our work is not done. We need to keep going on those projects so that we expand fire protection to the whole community. So,
In ballpark terms, what would you say the percentage is currently standing with respect to fire hydrants for the community? Just
Councilmember
rough
Hatcher,
number.
I would say roughly we're probably at 60 to 70% of the community covered by fire hydrants and fire hydrant protection, and 30 to 40% not.
And
But
we're in
that's just
arrears
off the
because
top
it
of
was
my
never
head.
part of the original plan to have this type of installation when this community started.
Say that
When
again?
Carefree was being established and growing and permits for building homes, the requirement for fire hydrants was never in place.
I think if you
And
look back
it
at,
wasn't a judgment call the community made that we're just not gonna do it.
I
It
think,
just wasn't part of the original plan.
I think if you look back at the history of the water company, there were certain areas that were planned with the capability of fire protection. There were certain areas that they felt like it was not economical to provide that size pipe and fire protection. The Highlands is a good example. They decided it wasn't economical to provide fire protection up to that area. As we've progressed into the future, I think more and more it's becoming the standard to say, yeah, we want fire protection for the whole community.
Is there a financial model to address the residual 25–30% outstanding?
Financial model, no, we are addressing that as we can and as we can afford to. We are installing new hydrants and new pipelines. We have a 10-year capital improvement program that addresses pipeline upsizing and installation of fire hydrants,
Okay.
but it doesn't necessarily take us, even the 10-year capital improvement plan doesn't take us to providing 100% fire protection for all the entire community.
Okay, all right. So there's still work to be done.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Any other
Yeah.
comments? Okay, hearing none. I would entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2023-06, a joint resolution of the Board of Directors of the Town of Carefree, Arizona Utilities Community Facilities District, and the Carefree Water Company authorizing the chairman to execute Addendum Number 4 to the Advance in Aid of Construction Water Facilities Agreement dated June 7th, 2006.
I motion to approve Resolution 2023-06, authorizing the execution of Addendum Number 4 to the Advance in Aid of Construction Water Facilities Agreement dated June 7th, 2006.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously, thank you. Vice Mayor. Okay, item number 4, review, discussion, and possible action on Resolution 2023-08, which authorizes the transfer of advance in aid of construction funds to the Carefree UCFD Water Company, and 2, authorizes the execution of addendum number 4 to the Advance in Aid of Construction Water Facilities District Agreement dated June 7th, 2006, modifying the UCFD Water Company repayment schedule. Mr. Crossman.
Mayor Crane, we just talked about this, so this is the town council action of the two actions, and via resolution 2023-08, would approve the transfer of those funds and the repayment schedule that was just approved by the board of directors for the water company UCFD.
All right, any comments or questions from council? It's pretty straightforward. It's the same thing we just did, essentially. Okay, hearing none. So I would entertain a motion for resolution 2023-08.
I motion to approve resolution 2023-08, which authorizes the transfer of advance in aid of construction funds to the Carefree UCFD Water Company, and authorizes the execution of addendum number 4 to the Advance in Aid of Construction Water Facilities Agreement dated June 7th, 2006, modifying the UCFD Water Company repayment schedule.
For a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passed unanimously. Thank you. The last item, adjournment.
I move that we adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're adjourned. It's 5:02.
board.
And the council meeting is scheduled to begin at
Here.
5. So why don't we can have the council meeting commence at about 5:07, 5 minutes. Just take a short break, stretch our legs. So we'll call to the meeting to order at 5:07. Thank you. Oh, wait, well, I had earlier, moving up All right, well, thank you everyone for coming. It's actually 5:08, so we'll call the regular meeting, this regular meeting of the Carefree Town Council to order. So, Town Clerk, please take a silent roll call. Councilman Delicio is not with us this evening. The Pledge of Allegiance, Mary Cook, please lead us in the pledge. I would just remind everyone that when you have an opportunity to speak, and this goes for council as well, we speak directly into the microphone so everyone can hear us, both here and then on YouTube. First item up is the consent agenda. All items listed hereunder are considered to be routine by the town council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be discussed separately. Item number 1, approval of the minutes of the regular town council meeting of August 1st, 2023. Acceptance into the public records of the August 2023 paid bills. Number 3, acceptance of the cash receipts and disbursements report for June 2023. And number 4, approval of a proclamation declaring September as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. So, Council, are there any comments or questions, anything you would like to pull off the consent agenda? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion for the approval of items 1 through 4 of the consent agenda.
I move that we approve items 1 through 4 of the consent agenda.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. And so before we get to the call to the public, I just want to explain some confusion we had on the posting of the agenda. So everyone, I know some folks had difficulties with it. So we have moved to an automatic, since the last council meeting, we moved to an automatic agenda processing system, which has upside, it works fast. As soon as we do it, if it's working correctly, it's posted directly to our website. So for this council meeting, we did that. And we also posted the documents at the post office and in front of Town Hall. But if you are a creature of habit like me, you went to the same place you always go onto the website to find it, and it wasn't there. So if you had gone to the homepage, maybe you click on carefree.org, you'll see a big icon there that says Agenda and Minutes. If you had clicked on that, you would have seen it. But how would you have known? I didn't know. So going forward, we'll make that easier. So folks who are old school like me, you go back and you click on the old place, it'll get you to the right place. But just so that's why it went down the way it did, and we apologize for any. I apologize for any confusion that may have cost you. And you should also know that our communications coordinator, Bree Kahn, is out for some extended health issues, and that makes it even more complicated. No, we're making excuses, but it's just the lay of the land. And so now we know. Item number 5 is call to the public. Those wishing to address the council need not request permission in advance. The public may address the council on matters not on the agenda. At the conclusion of an open call to the public, individual members of the public body may respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the public body, may ask staff to review a matter, direct staff to study the matter, reschedule the matter for further consideration and discussion at a later date, or may ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. However, the council may not discuss or take legal action at this time. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. So when I call your name, please come up to the podium, state your name, your address, and again, speak into the microphone, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. So first up is Mr. Scott Whalen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, Gary, Candace, law enforcement, neighbors. My name is Scott Whalen. My property address is 7224 East Carefree Drive. It's currently a vacant parcel, walking distance with a giant wash running through it. I've always, since I acquired the property, had a desire to provide residential housing. That zoning didn't and currently doesn't exist. However, with the newly approved revitalization from the Baker report that was approved in January, the quote-unquote highest and best use for this property would be residential. So what I have circulated in the crowd and for the council members is a plan, a low-density plan that celebrates the wash and the desert versus encapsulates it. I have successfully created market rentals in the immediate area. The little blue parcel, not the red parcel, is an example of rentals I have across the street that provided housing for local folks that, you know, for less of a better word, don't have $1 million to buy a home. These are people that own businesses in town. These are business managers in town. These are an executive from the Taiwanese semiconductor plant, a dental hygienist. These are all people that add value and add to our community. So what I'd like to do is just introduce myself again. This is what I'd like to do. It is a preferred use based on that approved report. What I plan to do is put a sign up on the property with a QR code that neighbors can take a picture of and gain more information in the future. And then what my goal also is to work with the town on their needs and wants with the development of that property, i.e. pedestrian-friendly walkways, curb appeal. But the goal is to embrace the wash, to have, it's always easier just to cover everything and put a box on it, but what I want to do is I want to celebrate that wash that goes through the property, because it also enhances the views in all four directions. So, in conclusion, coming soon, big sign on the property with a QR code to introduce more and make information available on how I can proceed with the town in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And one comment, go right ahead. Thank you, sir. Before we proceed with call to the public. So if you wish to have, if you've signed up for call to the public and you have a comment, you want to comment to something that's on the agenda, I suggest that you hold that comment till we get to that agenda item. So for example, if you filled out a form today and you wanted to speak to the general plan, which is an agenda item tonight, I suggest you hold your fire. We'll go through that portion of the discussion, and then we'll have public comment before we conclude it, and then you can speak. Maybe your questions will be answered, maybe you have more questions. So that's how, so when I call your name, if you wish to defer to later, we're gonna get to you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just have a question. That project site that's on here in red, is that residential or?
Right now, it's technically town core commercial, which a use, for example, would be office. I would comply with height restrictions, 2 stories, that's it. There's more details that I can share with that QR code that I plan to put up, but for today, I just wanted to introduce myself and the project. Because like I said, I believe with this approved revitalization plan that happened on January 3rd, I feel like I've got, you know, the battalion to proceed with the town and the neighbors to see round 1 and round 2 of what I've created based on geotechnical and environmental and all that stuff. What can go there low density wise?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so first up would be Mr. Art Vivas. General plan, okay, that's great. Next up is John Mattis.
Good evening, John Mattis, Graythorn Circle, Carefree. This isn't really an item that's on the agenda, although it addresses an item that's on the agenda. If the council votes to move forward and with approve the work plan, they'll be in violation of Arizona open meeting law, in my opinion. That being the case, I'll have to file another Arizona open meeting law complaint. It is quite evident that the intent of the council was they wanting to appoint an economic development advisory board with resolution 2020-11. It was in there, never happened. Also, individual council persons, planning and zoning, administrative staff, officers of the town have signed an oath of office. That oath of office is, I will support the Constitution of the United States, Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona. If you pass this agenda, you will be violating your oath and knowingly violating your oath for the open meeting law. I would urge you to table this agenda item or vote down, saying it does not pass muster with the Arizona open meeting law. If not, I'm going to be forced to file a bond claim. In December of 2020, that resolution was passed, I just named 2020-11. In April of 2021, I did a tour of the downtown area with the Economic Development Director. I asked him when the Economic Development Advisory Board had been appointed. He said in January of 2021. I went to the minutes, and item 11 states, an introduction and appointment of the Technical Advisory Committee for the Development of Economic Development. Mr. Probacek described the purpose of the Economic Development Technical Advisory Committee, named it ETAC, and the goals and the vision of the group he presented. These were vetted and selected by Mr. Probacek. At the end of that, no council action was necessary. That's when I filed my open meeting law violation. In February 2020, Planning and Zoning took over the duties of this board that was supposed to be appointed but never was. I was there at the meeting and I advised the committee that the work had been done on this work plan, passed by the council, would have to be redone because it did not conform to the Arizona open meeting law. There was no public notice, there were no minutes, there were no recordings. Nobody knew what happened, except Mr. Probacek. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Ms. Barbara Hess. So would you like to speak about a specific agenda item?
Yeah, I haven't seen the agenda, but will there be public comment after Steve's?
Yes.
There will be, so then put me down for that.
You got it. General plan.
Is it last?
Oh,
I heard?
economic development, sorry.
Economic development, yeah. Is it last on the agenda, I heard?
Yes, it is.
Lovely. You should have moved it up, that's kind of important. It is. It would be nice if you moved it up.
Okay, next up, Mr. John Trainer. Again, same. If you can defer or you can do it now.
This is on
Okay.
John Trainer, Carefree resident. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just for public record, I did speak with Mayor Crane during the intermission. I suggested that possibly the order of the agenda items could be changed to keep the public more engaged, essentially, between the general plan presentation, which I suspect will be lively and entertaining. There are three what I would call mundane business items that may not be of general interest to the public. Closing the street, buying a machine, that sort of thing. I think most people would be more interested in hearing about the economic development work plan following the general plan. I understood the mayor believes that those intervening items are fairly quick, but I just wanted to get it on the record for future reference. The public, you all want respect from the public, but I think the public deserves some respect from the council as well. And the public's time is just as valuable as anybody else's. So if people are concerned about the big issues, they shouldn't have to wait until the end of a meeting to hear about those big issues. We went through this many years ago with Mayor Ed Morgan. It was routine to put controversial items at the end of the agenda because people would mostly be gone. And that was a course of action for quite a few years. Anyway, that was the reason I had the discussion prior. Second of all, I would personally appreciate that everyone use the microphone that's in front of you. If you lean into it and whisper, it makes no difference. I am hearing impaired, so I'm more sensitive than most people. So I would appreciate your cooperation, especially Sheila, if you would be kind enough to do that.
I will be kind enough to do that.
And last but not least, I wanted to make sure all the AV equipment was working properly, which hopefully it will be. And I wanted to congratulate the town on adding $2 million to our capital fund. That was pretty awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Mary Ann Busser, would you like to speak now or
I'll speak later as well,
on the subject of,
the general plan.
okay, general plan? Okay. Mr. Stuart Scrudy. Scrudy. Okay, thank you. Ms. Colleen Rose Scruty.
I'm going to speak now just because, depending on how the presentation goes, I may speak again. Colleen Rose, 8615 East Paint Pony Drive. Dear Mayor Crane and Town Council members, I urge you to not approve the Economic Development Plan later this evening for the following reasons. 1, we are currently in the process of generating the general plan for Carefree. As the general plan is the blueprint for the town, it is premature to pass an economic development plan that may be in conflict with the new general plan. Let's operate our town in a logical manner. 2, there are still several items in the economic plan that the residents have stated they do not want, like the comprehensive sign plan and the circulation and parking plan. Both items have had several residents speak out against due to the cost, lack of cohesiveness with our current rural and Sonoran Desert design, and most importantly, they are not needed in our small town. At a recent meeting, you agreed to put a hold on both plans so that more information could be acquired. I have seen nothing new presented on either plan. Please stop spending consulting money on Kimley Horn. I keep stressing that we are a small town and do not need the same infrastructure of a large city like Scottsdale or Phoenix. I think as a small town, we can figure out a way to add a few directional, attractive signs in the sundial ourselves without spending money on big city consultants. I am sure our new town council member, Clint Miller, with his architectural experience, can assist with that easily. Under the town center revitalization plan, it references the possibility of moving the town hall site and replacing the current town hall with something more desirable for the town that can generate sales tax revenue. This has been discussed for a while. Have any developers been spoken to yet? Question, is this something to be done in the next 12 to 24 months, or will it be longer? I'm very concerned that the residents speak and tell you what they want, but you do not listen. You continue to push the same agenda over and over, and it appears that you're just going to steamroll us and do as you wish. You pursue your agenda during the summer when a lot of residents are not here to speak out, and you try and bury these items late in the agenda when you know most residents have left. Please listen and do what is right for Carefree. I urge you to vote against the current economic development plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Diane Roth, would you like to speak now or later? Diane Roth.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Diane Roth. I live on Boulder Drive. As you sit up there and look on our audience here. You see a community whose average age is 69 years of age. And I don't see anyone threatening in the audience. So to have an armed guard here and treat us like we're a threat, to have rewritten the rules in politics since the dawn of Caesar, there has always been shouting. Of course, in those days, you could throw someone to the lions. Unfortunately, we can't do that anymore. As the vote for the property tax
that,
proved, as the vote for the property tax proved, when 80% voted against it, you all had voted 6-0 to support it. The 80% should not be marginalized. You should not ignore us and pretend we're a small, disgruntled community of crazy people. And we shouldn't be called liars, as Lynn Hitchens did, nor should we be attacked by Carefree Unity. That's a misnomer if I ever heard one. We are the majority. We're not a one-off. We deserve to be heard, to have our views heard and debated in a very reasonable way. So I ask you on several things. One, don't rush the vote on the economic development plan when we're not behind it. We're in the midst of a general plan. Wait for that. Why did you assume that the vote for the property tax was an anomaly and not a referendum? It was a referendum on you. And why does the town keep spending money on consultants? We have a lot of talented people in this community that could help us move forward. And I'm going to leave you with a number you should all remember. There are 3,208 registered voters. 73% cast their ballot, which is 2,376. Of that, 1,908 voted against the proposition. You all voted 604. So you need to listen to us and not marginalize us. We are the majority. We are your bosses because we elect you. So respect us, please, and vote no for the economic development.
Yes,
Thank
thank you. Okay. Ms. Mary Cook, would you like to speak now or later? You're welcome to.
Good evening, council members. I'm Mary Cook Ferguson. I live at 1118 East Ocotillo Circle. I have been a resident of Carefree since 2008. My short bio is that I had a consulting business for 15 years with offices in Denver and Scottsdale. And I was on the board of directors of Mile High United Way for 15 years. I was head of their compensation committee. I'm here this evening because I got a document, an email, on September 2nd from a group called the Carefree Unity. Now, I'd never heard of Carefree Unity. I don't know who they are or why they sent me the email. I guess because I'm on your mailing list. First, I don't know who or what, why they're sending these emails, but the one thing that really bothered me, that brought me here tonight, was the person who wrote this said that residents are gaslighting. Well, gaslighting is a term, a medical term. It's a form of psychological abuse in which a person or group causes somebody to question their own sanity. Now, I don't think there's anybody here that is gaslighting. So that bothered me tremendously. I don't agree that we should ever be removed from a meeting. If that's correct, it's very troubling to me. And it is a separate entity of the council. Is Carefree Unity a separate part of the council? I don't know who it is or what it is. And I agree that profane outbursts in meetings are absolutely unacceptable. But I'm an optimist. And I hope that you, who represent us, will be accepting of residents who don't always agree with you, and that in the future you will include residents with diverse backgrounds and ages on the council. You know, the houses are turning over where I live in the Boulders, and the owners are becoming younger. And I've had people that are moving into my neighborhood, young people, who ask what the council is like, ask what the people here, how they're treated, and you know, it's hard for me to say because there are times that I've wondered myself how people are treated. So anyway, I want to thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Okay, thank you. Cindy Bergen, would you like to speak now, or would you like to speak at an agenda item?
Probably speak both times.
Okay, why not?
I like to speak. Mayor Crane, council members, my name's Cindy Bergen. I am a Carefree homeowner and full-time resident, and I live on Tom Darlington. I have followed the activities of the council for several years and have recently taken an active role in helping to contribute to the revisions of the general plan. The execution of this plan will have a direct impact on residents of Carefree, and we all have a vested interest in its success. That is what brings me to the podium this evening. While we are diligently attending the general plan workshops, there are decisions and activities taking place that undermine the process. All of us feel very disjointed, and it upsets us. Perhaps I'm wrong, but my gut tells me differently. Some activities of note, in no particular order, include, and I won't belabor the big three, the water tank, the Hampton Inn, and the very dense development across from the post office. The next is the SPA designation that was approved for the property located at Tom Darlington and Carefree Highway. It was undertaken during the COVID lockdown, the same COVID lockdown that forced the town to delay the general plan revisions. Plus, this parcel was never mentioned once in the voter-approved 2012 general plan, versus the proposal for the parcel of land on Carefree Highway and Cave Creek Road, which was included in the 2012 general plan and stalled due to strong local homeowner opposition and remains undeveloped. Then there's always the property tax debacle. At the last council meeting, the town engineer presented an isolated traffic area of concern and discussed costly solutions. He also discussed traffic circles and turnabouts. Recently, we've had recent emails announcing 2 workshops looking at traffic calming measures. And then, most recently, the 24-month economic development plan was presented to a limited number of residents. This plan will come before the council for approval this evening. Matt has worked diligently for months to navigate Carefree through the general plan revision process. Significant decisions made prior to residents having an opportunity to finish the general plan process and voting to approve what we feel are important priorities for our town will simply undermine the overall trust we have in the process. Finally, I respectfully request that the economic development plan not be approved and further suggest that this plan be tabled and revised only after the general plan has been approved and ratified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that closes call to the public. So now, now we open it up to if council people would like to respond to any criticism. One thing I would say to Ms. Cook, Carefree Unity is not a town entity any more than, say, Mr. Trainer's blog belongs to us or any other blogs do. So they're just people out there, a group that have opinions and disseminate them and cut and paste.
They're actually,
So-
they're in your community. They're part of the Boulders.
And the second thing I would add is I'm also an optimist. And so I agree with you there. And hopefully all of us can look forward and figure out where we're going and come up with a good vision for the town and learn from what's gone on before us, that goes for all of us, and get to a good place. So anyway, thank you for speaking. And then anyway, any other comments from council? Okay, moving on.
I have a question.
I have to be responding to criticism, just so we're clear. You're welcome to respond to something.
No, that's
Okay. All right, so we'll go to the regular agenda. So Mr. Millstone, you're up on a couple of items here tonight. So are you against the clock? If I reshuffle things, will you be here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My things are mundane, so it's okay with me.
Okay. So we will reshuffle things, but we have a couple of things we're going to get off right off the bat. Item number 7, closure of Ho Hum and Easy Street for the Thunderbird Fine Art and Wine Festivals for 2023 and 2024. Mr. Steve Propopek, there you are. Great.
Mayor, Council, I'll try to be as quick as possible, and I appreciate y'all waiting here. We do have people that also come from these events, so for their time to not sit through 2 hours worth of stuff, that's why we try to do this as quickly as we can up front. As usual, we have to go through every year when we do the Thunderbird Fine Art and Wine Festival, which is our signature event here in Carefree and has been so for over 30 years now. We need to do a road closure, and that's something that needs to be approved through council. And so as you can see on the screen up there, there are the dates. It's usually going to be the first weekend of November and the third weekend of January and the third weekend of March. Generally, they shut the street down at 5 o'clock on a Thursday so that the vendors can set up, and then they go through 5 o'clock p.m. on a Sunday, and those roads are closed. There you can see the road closure, and as you can see, there's a little red area. One of the things that you may notice is that we're not using the area in front of the Galleria, between the Galleria and Spanish Village, and that has been removed from the footprint due to Spanish Village not allowing the parking along Spanish Village where Grace Renee is to be used. And so one of the things we've done is we've looked to compress the footprint inside the blue area on Easy Street, and one of the considerations is to use a half of Wampum Way Circle. And here we can flip the, and this circle is pretty large when you start looking at it. It's about 60 feet roadway width, and so what we'll do is look to have the side that's closest towards where Easy Street, the tea room would be, to allow them to utilize that, and then we would maneuver traffic utilizing the other side of the Wampum Circle for three-way traffic that allows still people to get through through Wampum Way to the post office building and then be able to get back out. So it shouldn't have any significant or any impact at all on people being able to get to the post office building or anywhere else. It's just going to do just a little bit of an extension to allow some more booze to go in. The other thing that we're going to be looking at when we look as part of the approval process is that we have met with Rural Metro. They did have a concern that as the footprint starts to get a little bit tighter, that they just want to make sure it's safe. And so the Thunderbird artists are going to be working with the Rural Metro and the fire marshal to make sure that there's safe access to be able to get to, so if any kind of emergency that occurs on the site. So that's one of the things they'll do before they actually set up. But the layout does change from show to show, so they'll just have to work with the fire marshal to accomplish that. And with that, I have Haley with the Thunderbird artists if there's also additional questions.
Any questions from council?
So is the roundabout, so the Wampum Way roundabout will not be a roundabout, right?
Correct.
And will there be someone there directing traffic?
Yeah, Mayor, council member, we'll work with signage to get so it's easy, and if we need to put somebody there, then we'll have to put somebody there. But this is going to be a test area. If it doesn't work out, or if there's issues, or if people don't really particularly care for it, then we're going to have to reevaluate that after the first show.
Okay, thank you.
And I would also ask that the town engineer be part of that discussion with fire marshal figuring this thing out, so the town has a direct seat at the table.
Yep, Mayor, and
other than yourself.
And I have talked to the fire marshal and the town engineer about this, and so we'll work through that along with Public Works as well.
And so how many booths will you gain?
12.
Okay. So I would only ask that those 12 additional booths be really art focused rather than like knives or things which are not a direct juried art
Yes, they will be fine
thing.
artists that will be placed in those things.
Okay. Any other questions from council?
Just,
Go right ahead.
just the sole purpose is just to add a little more space for this event. Is that the?
Yeah, Mayor,
driver
Councilmember
here?
Hatcher, yeah, it's because they shrunk down so much space along that other area. We've been looking at ways to allow them to at least have regain some, capture some of those booths that were lost in that area, to be able to keep the show a little bit more, cohesive and to the quality that we expect.
Okay.
And if we walk, I'm sorry, have we walked away from using the parking area behind the town hall? Weren't we talking about that at some point, of putting some booths over there?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Correa, so we do use that for the farmer's market, because they need somewhere else to go. And we've never really contemplated, we've talked about using it for the Thunderbird Art Festival, but setting up in the dirt area there really isn't conducive, and it's kind of an outlier going around the building. And one thing I would like to also notice is that this is an evolution of a footprint. And one of the things that the Thunderbird artists have done really well is to allow better visibility of businesses on Easy Street. So that's one of the compromises we've made, is that they feel like those business storefronts are part of the show, and the businesses have responded positively to that.
Okay. The only thing I would say is, just piggybacking on Councilwoman Omarosa's comment, that you really need to have somebody there. I can imagine traffic coming on Easy Street, approaching that circle, and out of habit, if nothing else, turning right when they want to turn to go around the circle so they can go out on Tom Darlington, and there's a lot of frustration being created. So I think that has to be that way.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, any other comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the closure of Ho-Hum and Easy Street per the attached Exhibit A, which is what Mr. Popopek shared with us, for the, is this for the November only, or for all of them?
Mayor and Council, this would be for all of them, but we always reserve the right in case there's any reason why we need to alter or change things.
Okay, for the closure would be applicable to the Thunderbird Artists Fine Art and Wine Festivals for 2023 and 24.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we, that we approve the closure of Ho-Hum and Easy Street, and for all the Thunderbird festivals in 23 and 24.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay, passes, thank you. When we went directly to the regular agenda, I skipped current events. So there's a couple of current events that are worth noting, so let's go to that. So Friday, September 8th at 9 to 11 a.m., we have what we're calling Community Conversations Connecting with Carefree. So I will be out in the Visitor Center. That's Farmers Market Day, so I'll be out there with Councilman Hatcher and Councilman Miller. And between 9 and 11 o'clock, I encourage folks to come by and just talk to us. Let us know what your ideas are, and we'll learn something, and we'll share with you what you might like to know. So please, if you can, come, and if you can't, you're always welcome to contact us. If you find that, if we're gonna do this on the second Friday, about 9 to 11 of every month. So if you find that time is not good, then tell us, and we can figure out something else. Also, we have traffic calming community workshops coming up September 14th and 28th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., so in this building. And so we'll talk about the process. Mr. Millstone will actually run the meeting. The process of arriving at and implementing traffic calming. Because everyone has a different perspective. And the idea is to come up with a process that allows us to do that and then come up with good solutions. So those two dates, September 14 and 28th, 6 to 8 p.m. here. And then the last comment I would have is Carefree Restaurant Week is September 18th to 24th. And you can go to the website carefreerestaurants.com. You can learn more. Any other current events? Okay, hearing none. We'll go to item number 11, out of order. This is very quick, I think. Review, discussion, and possible action to approve the closure of Ho-Hum from Easy Street to 100 Easy Street, October 14th, from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. for empty bowls. Mr. Popopek.
Is Lee available? Lee? Oh.
Oh, there you are. Great.
Mayor, Council, yes, we're going to be having an event on October 14th. It's Empty Bowls, and I'm going to actually let Lee with the food bank talk about it real quick. I did you want to do a little, okay. All right, we'll just be quick about this. Yeah, so there's an event, and it's basically it's a fundraiser for the food bank, Foothills Food Bank, and they're going to be partnering with Sonoran Arts League. And the concept is to sell bowls, the artistic bowls, to raise money, and they're going to have food and fun. And I think they're applying for a wine garden permit, and so should be a pretty fun time. This is actually going to build upon a whole program that we're working with as part of the town, making sure that every Saturday afternoon in the Carefree, in the gardens, whether it's going to be in the pavilion, we're going to have some type of activity, and we're really happy to have this activity and event to be a part of that.
Okay, great, thank you.
And then it's just really going to be this little section that goes between the pavilion, between the two gardens, and what it does just allows for greater safety as people go and travel back and forth through. They're going to be having their wine garden on the veteran side, where the Veterans Memorial is, and then the activities and events are going to be occurring in the pavilion, so it just creates a better and safer environment.
Well, it's been a few years, I think, since you've done it here, so welcome back. We're very happy to have you. And it's a great cause, because it supports the Sonoran Art League and Foothills Food Bank, so it's a good thing. Any comments or questions from council?
Nope, love it.
Yeah, it's good. So I would entertain a motion to approve closure of Ho-Hum from Easy Street to 100 Easy Street, October 14, from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. for empty bowls.
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you. Thanks for coming. All right, item number 8. Review and discussion related to the general plan update process as led by Matt Kleisco, Michael Baker International, to include presentation of preliminary drafts of the general plan goals, policies, and actions for discussion. Focus will be given to addressing the drafting process, outlining the overall structure, responding to questions, and collecting review comments in regard to the draft material. No action will be taken at this time. Great.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's great to be back before you again to discuss or continue our discussion about the general plan. When we were last before the Council, we had discussed that we're moving into this phase of preparing the 60-day review draft, that 2-month state mandated review period. And typically that's what we would do. We would prepare a draft and then push that draft out to the public. But as we discussed last time, we saw value and understood in terms of this drafting process that if we could incorporate one additional meeting to talk a little bit more about some of the preliminary drafts that are going to be incorporated into this 60-day review document, can we utilize that time in order to just get further along in the process? And so that's what this evening is all about, is to focus on, as we're talking about, goals, policies, and actions. Those components of the plan that we wanted to provide a sneak peek, because if we have any opportunity to hear from council or even those in the public about areas that they're unclear about or that we have concern about, let's start to get that conversation going rather than waiting for that 2-month period and use that time more productively. So jumping into that, the first thing that I would want to put out there is why? Why do goals, policies, and actions matter? And so the first thing that I wanted to clarify for everyone's benefit is when we're looking at the general plan, these goals, policies, and now actions are the critical components of the plan. All of the other text that goes into it is beneficial, is important, it sets the scene, it provides tone, but at the end of the day, when the general plan is utilized, it's predominantly these goals, policies, and actions that are frequently referenced. And so we wanted to get those out for cursory review in advance. And so the goals matter because those represent the overarching desire of the outcomes of the plan, and those roll up to the vision. And then those policies that we'll be talking about support those goals. And those action items are new to the plan. They're not a component of the current plan. And so these are items that we wanted to also bring to the table to get everyone's understanding of what we meant as we talked about this getting up to this point in the process. So one of the things that I'd want to pause on as I'm emphasizing here is this was built with many inputs, right? We had and participated in all of these outreach efforts, but it's important for everyone to understand that we're trying to balance all of that input. And so that's why this is an iterative process. Is this the best plan for Carefree as the goals and policies and actions are drafted today? No, probably not, because it's the first draft. But we're going to continue to refine it. So I want everyone to understand that when we were balancing all that input, we were balancing it with looking at the technical evaluation and the laws and best practices that we bring to the table, right? We're looking at existing conditions analysis of local data, whether that be census data or Maricopa County data. All of that is analyzed. Of course, administrative feedback, some of that I hope we continue to get this evening. And then last, of course, the public's feedback is foundational. But again, all of this is things that we're trying to listen, even if it's not from a majority. Sometimes it's from a minority, but it doesn't mean that that information doesn't find its way into the plan if there is value to it. So I encourage everyone to stick with me here, and as we refine this, we'll get to that best plan for Carefree. So with that, I kind of just want to jump into it, Mayor and Council, if that's okay. We could spend more time talking about how we got here and the feedback we heard, but I think everybody's kind of eager to roll up their sleeves, and let's just talk about the draft before us and just start to hear input. So what I was, or how I outlined these particular slides is in your packets, and then hopefully those in the public had an opportunity to review. There is a comprehensive draft of the goals, policies, and actions by the three themes that were mentioned during our last council work session. And those themes create the structure of the plan. So within this, I wanted to outline the general goals within each theme, and then talk about the actions associated with those. And I'll pause at each theme, all three themes, to see if there's comments or input. And then we'll just kind of go from there, and if we have to pivot in terms of feedback and input, we can. But in terms of the first theme, scenic community character, you'll see that the goal is listed there, and then in parentheses, there's a number at the end of that goal. That number is just there to reflect, for reference purposes, the number of policies that are in the complete draft. We didn't want to put the whole thing on all the slides, so this again is just so that those in the audience understand that this goal is not, or these goals don't stand on their own per se, that within each of these goals there's additional policies to help clarify or refine what the intent or direction of a specific goal is. So when we look at the scenic community character, some of the highlights there are just to key you into what the maybe broader intent of that specific goal is, in relation to some of the feedback that we heard through the drafting process. On this first slide of the first goals 1 through 5, you can see that goal 1 tried to capitalize and recognize the importance that the community put on the unique identity of Carefree. So preserving that notion within the community was certainly a goal that we wanted to preserve and continue. Goal 2 spoke to being aware of the environmental impact that development has. So while it speaks to integrate open space and promote sustainable design in development of the town that is conscious of the environmental impact. And so that's the key about that goal, is being aware of the environmental impact of development overall. We heard multiple comments through the outreach process about scenic views or view sheds. And so having a goal relative to that, we wanted to incorporate. Speaking to balancing revenue needs with maintaining the town's low-density scenic rural character. So that's a mouthful, but we're trying to acknowledge that everybody understands that Carefree, through all the feedback we received, that yes, the town needs to generate revenue and continue to uphold the standard of living and quality within the community, but they don't want to sacrifice the low-density scenic rural character. And so partly the general plan role is to outline how that occurs. The other goal, goal 5, speaks to the value of arts and culture in Carefree, and so hearing about the festivals that promote that is a good segue, I think, in terms of that specific goal. Some of the goals that continue for scenic community and character speak to the transportation infrastructure and making sure that that's optimized. And so some ways to optimize that is looking at the integrated transportation network, so not just vehicles, but other modes of transportation. Making sure growth pays for itself within Goal 9. Continuing to understand that the village center is really constantly evolving, right? And so managing the unique character of that vibrant destination. And then Goal 11, as we heard from residents, so this might be an area that continues to be refined, but supporting growth in identified SPA areas, but in a sensitive and select manner. So we have those 2 areas that have been identified, and so we want the general plan to recognize those 2 areas. And how the plan goes about that is certainly something that we'll continue to listen to the community. So before I get into the actions associated with the scenic community character, maybe I'll just pause there and see if there's any comments on the goals within this specific theme.
Any comments from anyone? No. I think once we get down to the policies, there'll be more discussion.
So then that leads me to get into the actions themselves. If there are questions about the policies within any of those goals, because the slides aren't going to go down into each policy by specific detail, we would encourage you to bring up any comments relative to the policies along with the theme. Otherwise, I can jump into the actions themselves.
Any comments about policies?
In general, I just have a couple very minor I have a couple very minor comments, and I don't think they're needed at this point. So.
Okay. Well, thank you for the council's diligence in terms of looking those over. When it comes to the actions themselves within that scenic community character, so again, this was something that I talked about in multiple meetings previously, of there seems to be value in taking the general plan to the next step in terms of the current plan speaks to certain goals and policies, but then in terms of the actions or the implementation of the plan, there's more uncertainty. And so by adding actions, our hope is that we start to create a to-do list, if you will, to start giving some expectations to residents, but also some procedures to the town itself in terms of how to start to accomplish some of the goals and the ultimate vision that is discussed in the plan. So within the action items, I have again highlighted just a few to jump out, but if there was any specific comments, we're again open to discussion. But some of the things of reference, for example, is an action item under B to review and update the residential and commercial design standard and guidelines to assure we are maintaining our scenic rural character. So we hear a lot in our community workshops, and then as I listen to discussions during council meetings about zoning requests and things to that nature, the community seems interested in revisiting those standards. And so let's put ourselves down for acknowledging updating those. Another example, as we heard about economic development, and so whether it stays this way or is revised based on community input is open-ended to some degree, but we have another action item of utilize the Planning and Zoning Commission as an economic development advisory group. So again, if that's an area that needs to be tweaked based on feedback, we have that opportunity. A visually significant corridor study. We're not trying to create any more studies and hire more consultants, but we have viewed visually significant corridor studies in other communities that have a higher visual importance and appeal within the area. So one example is Paradise Valley utilized a visually significant corridor study to acknowledge, identify those roadways within their community that are vital to either a front door into the community or to preserve view corridors. And so maybe that is something that the town would want to consider. So that's why we say explore. But if that's something that's not of interest or no one sees value in it, then we take it off. Another consideration is update and maintain a transportation master plan. And so one of the things that, in smaller communities, a lot of information sometimes finds its way into the general plan because there's not a lot of other places to put it in terms of different documents and plans. But when we utilize that approach, the general plan does not get amended as much as maybe other master plans. And so we heard a lot about transportation issues. We're hearing about traffic calming. We continue to hear about some of the lane restriping and those types of things. And so a transportation master plan type of document might be a more applicable location to manage that type of information that can be updated more frequently than to solidify it in a general plan, for example. Continuing on, I'll
Matt,
yes.
Let's go back to that.
Yes.
This master transportation plan. So do we have anything remotely like that today? Gary?
We have a transportation plan that we did back in 2008 that evaluated the roads and their capacity. That has not been updated. It's more of a operational document than anything, evaluated some traffic speeds, things of that nature.
But what about the circulation plan that goes along kind of with the signage plan, but is that something that would be sufficient for this?
That plan was isolated more so to the town center rather than the town as a whole. So it was more centric to the town center.
Would that, I would think it would include walkways as well as parking, and anything related to the road surfaces, lighting, for example, on the roads, they correct?
So certainly, there's multiple dimensions to a circulation plan: pedestrians, bicycles, automobiles. Those are things that would be incorporated, the connectivity to our residents and how they like to recreate and connect into our town center. So those are things that are discussed within that plan. Yep.
So unless a roadway has been modified, the capacity it could handle in 2008 is the same capacity as it could handle today.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So within that, and again, these action items can even be further refined to clarify if there are existing documents or material that we want to utilize for a specific purpose, then we can refine an action item to direct us, or I should say the town, to utilize that approach as opposed to creating something from scratch. The other, you can see I didn't highlight every single one. Again, I'm just trying to key into some of the areas that I think are more noteworthy in terms of items that we've heard through the public process. So another is utilize a public engagement process to enable early and meaningful input on development proposals. And so we understand that the town has a process in place, but this is just emphasizing that maybe we have an ability to further inform residents about all of the different ways, and that process is even being refined, as we heard today, about how agendas are posted and those types of things. So if we're able to have a defined process in place that might allow the town to point to a document to inform residents so that they understand there is already steps in place, and that there isn't any confusion about whether those exist or not. So within that context, I'll pause again before I move on to any of the next themes to see if there's questions relative to some of these action items, or again, even if we want to back up to the goals or policies themselves.
Just one question, Gary, does the ULI do any type of visually significant corridor studies? Is that something they would do?
I haven't seen that from the Urban Land Institute in the past. That's not to say that they do not do it. They do technical advisory panels. There's different subjects associated with that, but I have not seen them do a visual preference for survey.
So Matt, do you have a slide of SC7 policies or not?
I don't have the policies listed. Gary, do we have the packet itself?
I can talk through it. It's not so hard.
Yeah, we were going to pull up the whole document if we had to reference it, but if you just wanted to speak to it, we can.
Yeah, so SC-71 says, where feasible and as funding is available, promote and enhance walking and hiking, biking trails. That's great. Second item, I would suggest it starts off the same way, where feasible and as funding is available, develop a network of multi-use pathways, etc. I think we just have to keep in mind feasibility and financial capacity to do it.
And I'm glad you mentioned that particular one, SC7, and some of those incremental components. We'll be speaking about, I think, that in more detail relative to open space, but that is what, to jump ahead a little bit, one of the things that I've been trying to listen and share with the public is we need to look at it from both sides of any particular issue. And so whether it's open space or traffic or economic development, is that if there isn't clear information to arrive at a ultimate decision, then we tried to build in steps of what it would require to get that information to then arrive at an educated decision. So that's kind of how the general plan is approaching things. Sometimes we're not able to be black and white because we just don't have the information yet to do that. And so we tried to outline steps of, okay, well, if that's the case, then what are we going to do to get to that point to make that decision? So I think you're touching on, in some instances, why we've included some of that language that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If not hearing any other comments, then we'll jump into open space and environmental stewardship. And I know residents will, I think, have comments on the general plan. We'll naturally revisit. I'll go back to these and address any comments that they may have, but we'll do that as a group at the end. But in terms of open space and environmental stewardship, of course, we heard loud and clear from residents about preserving and protecting our Sonoran Desert environment. So one of the things here that I want to be nuanced is when we look at goal 1 and 2 here, 1 speaks to our natural environment, right? It's just the conservation or preservation. So we almost see that the general plan more or less will need to approach almost 4 types of open space. We have conservation or preservation open space. So so those speak to conserving open spaces. Don't touch it. Leave it alone. Let it be natural. Preservation is maybe we go in and we do some minor land management, whether it's remove brush or things for fire hazards, those types of things, that we manage the land, but it's still natural in setting. So those are your conservation and preservation under goal 1, but then under goal 2, we have passive and active open space. So passive open space would be something where you might have hiking trails and parking areas and trailheads with other amenities, ramadas, park benches, and those things. And then active open space might be something that is obviously more intensive. It might have sport courts or activities that require some type of physical activity associated with it. And so when we look at the open space conversation within the community, there was a lot of residents that were qualifying where and what should occur. And so we needed to be able to, in the general plan, distinguish between all of those different types. And so within the document itself and the draft, you'll see some preliminary definitions for those different types of open spaces, and those would be reflected in the plan itself. But for conversation purposes, I just wanted to pause on that and provide a little more context that first 2 goals, we're talking about natural environment and preservation of our Sonoran Desert. Then we're talking about, okay, now it's the recreational side of things. It's the passive and active open space. Then goal 3 gets into guide development to be context sensitive. So now we're looking at, okay, we're protecting our natural environment, but we want to make sure that the development that comes into it is responding to that natural environment and being context sensitive, whether it's preserved washes or rock outcroppings and those types of things. Goal 4 gets into, as I mentioned, those preservations of washes and floodplains in their natural state. That's from a more safety and hydrologic standpoint. And then also goal 5 speaks to preserving our wildlife populations. We move on. The theme continues to talk about promoting the protection, conservation, and long-term sustainability of the fragile natural environment. This gets a little bit more into our energy use and some of those other items outside of land preservation, if you will. So how can we be more sustainable as a community beyond just preserving land, but looking at using less energy and those types of things. So that then leads into the last three goals that all focus on water. And so we have goal 7 that talks about the water system, goal 8 that talks about the water availability, and then goal 9 about the conservation and reuse of it. And so you can see all the goals associated, or all the policies within each of those goals are listed. So with that, I'll pause to see if there's any specific questions on the open space and environmental stewardship goals.
Any comments?
Are we going down into the policies section, or do you want questions
Yeah,
from
so
that? Okay,
If you're not, I am.
okay. First, on goal number 1, we have the policy number 1, protect lands with outstanding preservation or conservation value through assessed purchase or direct dedication by the respective property owner as part of an integration open space system. Can you tell me what assessed purchase?
So here we're, trying to be succinct but also clear. So sometimes that doesn't go together. But what we were trying to clarify is that the sub-bullet there, A, starts to speak to, if you go under OE, sorry, Gary, OE1, I think that's on page 7.
Yeah, page 7. It does say that, but that is such an odd term.
Yeah,
I've
so
never
the
heard
assessed
it.
purchase is us trying to qualify that we can't go out there and just say purchase right now. We need a clear process to evaluate the open space and understand what the priorities are, so that first the town recognizes what are the town needs relative to open space, and then understand what the capability of the town is from even a purchase standpoint, and the priority in terms of what should be addressed first. And so as part of that assessed purchase is what we're trying to clarify, that purchase process needs to have a very robust consideration before the town commits dollars to any type of acquisition. And so when we get into the action items is where you start to see that clarity in terms of how that process would carry out.
Okay, I would just like to say, for the record, that we do not have the fiscal capacity to make large purchases of land. It's just would be fiscally irresponsible. So I would like it to be clear that it's always on a, fiscally attainable or fiscally conservative manner, because we don't want to put our town's fiscal future at risk to buy open space. It just would not make sense. It would be irresponsible.
And so, no, that's great feedback. That's the type of input that we're looking to hear this evening in terms of how we can zero in on certain phrases or terms. But I would, again, generally agree and acknowledge that the general plan, from our perspective and what we're hearing, is that the community, or there's a recognized acknowledgement within the community that there's a desire for open space, but how much and at what cost still has to be evaluated. And so I don't know that when you say fiscally conservative, that does kind of align with the other feedback we're hearing from the community, is that
Right.
they want the town to be fiscally responsible. So if I took that fiscally responsible and applied it to open space, I don't think it's an unreasonable point that you're making in terms of that there's not a large amount of money available, but we need to go through the steps to explore that and to explain it.
So if we look at 1A, it says balancing local, social, and economic interests. I suggest it also say balancing local, social, and economic interest and the financial capacity of the town. We want to capture this.
Yep,
And just,
sorry. Yeah, I was taking notes, well said, and so if there's any other comments or feedback, that's a perfect type of input.
So I'm still concerned about, when you're talking about this, it sounds like we've got this huge group who's providing input, and I correct me if I'm wrong, I think we talked about this before. It's a pretty small group. And so we're making a lot of we're drawing a lot of conclusions based on not a lot of people. That still concerns me.
Yeah, if Gary, would you mind jumping back to the presentation? Maybe just for conversation purposes. So we were very mindful of that feedback. And I think in our conversations with, if we want to say the residents that are very committed, right, to open space, even when we have conversations about what the town is able to commit to, there's a recognition that there needs to be a process to evaluate that. And so in the action items is where we tried to put some of that language to clarify how that might play out. And so B identifies the town shall investigate the formation of an open space board to coordinate, investigate, and advise on all aspects of open space identification, prioritization, funding, acquisition, and maintenance. Encourage broad representation on the board from the community. So again, we're trying to outline, okay, first we would need a board to help define what it is that role is going to be and look at all of those notions of identifying, prioritizing, and funding for any type of acquisition. Provide a dedicated funding source in the town budget necessary for open space evaluation, expansion, and maintenance. I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything here. We're not sure how much money the town could put towards open space. So here, there's a desire from some in the community that wants the town to show that there is some commitment, dollars from that. But those dollars aren't necessarily, at least how we're crafting it, immediately being projected to be utilized to go acquire open space. It might be utilized to evaluate
Matt,
that.
I get
Yeah.
all of that. What I just feel is that we're overstating the number of people who've been involved in this process.
That's unfair. Wow, that's really unfair.
well, Matt can address it.
And so I think it's always a challenge when we're working on general plans to evaluate when we do have feedback, what is the magnitude of the support behind that feedback. So I am not going to be able to stand here and say that there is a large, overwhelming support in terms of open space in the community. But what I can say is that of all the feedback we've received in totality, it's been on open space. And so we just closed that open space meeting, special virtual meeting at the end of last month. And we had a total of 45 responses within that, which was the most virtually of any of the other workshops. So I can't say for certain how much open space is prevalent within the community, but I would be very concerned if we suggested, based on just the input that we've received through the process, that there isn't a large expectation within the community that the plan addresses open space.
Matt,
Yeah.
realistically, we have 3 large pieces of property, open space targets, if you will. We have the northeast corner, we have the Lassen property, and we have the State Land Trust. So, really, aren't we talking about how we could turn the 48 acres into open space and a park with trails, et cetera, and then aren't we talking about how we would fund the acquisition and whatever rezoning that it would require to achieve that? And then you're talking about endowment care or whatever vehicle you're gonna use for perpetual maintenance of the property. And if I do my math right, we're looking at $7 to $10 million purchases if we were to buy any one of those 3 properties, hypothetically, just hypothetically. So that's a big nut to crack, which means you're talking about donors, someone maybe buying it or someone's buying it and donating it to the town, and the town maintains it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to make sure we're not acting like we have all these acquisition targets out there. We don't.
Yeah, and very, very good points of clarification there is that from an open space standpoint, yes, certainly as we even close on mentioning prepare an open space designation and acquisition strategic plan, and then even we put directly focus initial efforts on that 48-acre state trust land parcel. So we're not shying away from, yes, there's those large parcels, but there are smaller parcels within the community that I think need to be evaluated. And we aren't in a position with this general plan to go analyze all those parcels and say that there's only 3 large parcels. There might be smaller parcels in the village center that might be conducive to other open space types that, again, with lack of data to suggest otherwise, it's kind of which way are you going to look at the scenario is we acknowledge that the general plan would be creating a false expectation if we went out and said, spend money on this. And so we're trying to create some incremental steps to suggest how that might go about it so that we're acknowledging it in the plan but not committing the town to something that it can't support. And so that's what we're just trying to balance. So I don't know if I answered your
understand.
comment.
I'm just curious though, I mean, do we have a lot of other opportunities like 1 acre, 2 acre, 3 acre parcels in the area that could be open space? I mean, you know, I've not had any discussion that there's other places to go and look. That's all I'm bringing up.
We do, excuse me, we do have, there's actually parcels 10, 20, maybe even 100 acres in the north parts of the town that are candidates for open space.
And there are some vacant parcels within the town center that, depending on what need, if we go through this open space analysis and find out there's a specific recreational need that the town is very supportive of, that might be conducive to other types of open space. I would agree if we're looking truly at preservation of open space that we probably know, yes, north of town, the 48 acres. But if we're looking at, we want some active recreational uses and they're, you know, not going to pose an issue on residential development, there are some other parcels in the town core that might be applicable to that. So, not to be a broken record, but we feel that decision point within the community, that there's those in the community that want to show that we value open space and to start making that a component of the town moving forward. But then there's the other half that says, but I'm not sure what we can commit to. And so it's hard for us to just say, well, if we can't commit to it, then we're not going to say anything at all. We have to say something. And so this was our approach to say, okay, we'll be practical about this and look at it in a very diligent way. But I'm sorry, I can't come to commit to this dollar amount or this site, but I can say, speaking, through the process, that can we do these steps and start to understand where we can as a town get to common ground. But by far, these action items, I would say, were the ones that we, discussed internally, revised, revetted. So I would say that, we were trying to be respectful of the feedback we heard, but also realistic in terms of what the town can commit to.
So if we go to item C, preceding page. Okay, so item C. So provide a dedicated funding source on the town budgets. That's telling me I have to do that.
So in that perfect example, so here is a place where feedback, when I would respond to a resident that says, I want the town to commit dollars to this open space. And then I would say, well, what, $10, $100 million? I don't know what that number is. And I would say that I'm lying to you if I can give you that number. The response then would often be, well, we did have a line item budget previously in the town that addressed open space, and so could there be some type of recognition of a budget item for open space? But again, our thought on this was it's not all dedicating hundreds of thousands of dollars to purchase of open space. It's just having a line item to show that this is of value in the community and that there's money there to either evaluate, to work towards having a maintenance fund if there's open space. It could go a lot of different ways as you create an open space board and start to discuss the designation and acquisition strategic plan. So, C might be that we need to refine that to say how we're going to dedicate a funding source or what it would entail. But that was our trying to balance the expectation of a commitment with not knowing how much that commitment can be.
Yeah, so for somebody with my background, that to me reads that we would say dedicate a portion of our sales tax, which could never happen. So that was my concern, is that if you have a dedicated funding source, then you're taking revenues dedicated to something, and I just don't feel that would be fiscally responsible. Not to say that we can't spend some money on this, but to say that we're going to take some of our sales tax and dedicate it to something other than providing the general services to the town, I can't agree to that.
I think the wording, Matt, needs to be addressed.
Yeah, and that's, you're zeroing in on the crux of the issue right
We don't
there.
want to be put into a corner where, this is something we have to do. If it's something that the community wants us to do, is build something up, like a fund of that nature, okay, but this is not the place to put it.
So I'm hearing a potential revision would be, like you just mentioned, is language that would speak to identifying and building a fund to help preserve.
Or just a consideration.
We also have spending limitation measures by the state, and So we can't exceed that. And we're close to our limit right now.
And so that's why we wanted to put this in here, and why we wanted to have this preliminary conversation is to kind of get out in the open what we can and can't do from a community standpoint. And so it's definitely not lost on us that the town, you know, has a strict budget that is utilized for very important initiatives within the community. And so we wouldn't want to pull from those in order to support this. And so if that's where the town is, then yes, we need to work on better language to express what it is we're able to commit to.
And you had alluded to, in the past, the town had a fund for doing this. That fund, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, was funded by development fees, not by sales tax. And we do not impose development fees any longer. And the reason we don't is because I think the state made it too hard for us to do so.
That is correct, Mayor. We do not assess any development fees. The state law changed about 8 years ago, which made it more restrictive for communities such as Carefree to assess a development fee. In essence, if you are a community and developing outward, you can have development fees. In Carefree, the infrastructure for the most part is in place. And so we're an infill community. We're approximately 80% built out. We cannot assess those infrastructure fees. So we don't assess those infrastructure fees any longer.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Matt, go ahead.
So this, so these, I think, I wanted to fast forward to the actions because they kind of go back and forth between the goals and policies. You know, again, we touched on the preparation of the designation and acquisition of this strategic plan, and then notion of acknowledging that 48-acre was of interest within the community, and thus we felt like it needed to have a place in the plan of acknowledgement, but how that process is evaluated is still something, as that action item outlines, something that would have to be vetted and explored. So with that, I'll pause to see if there's any other questions on goals and policies or actions within this theme, or we will move to the final theme.
So do you want some word changes from me, or would you prefer I just email you?
Well,
to go over everything?
yeah, I mean, if it's just minor wordplay, then we can take that offline. But if you think that a word changes the meaning of something, I think let's discuss it.
For goal number 6, promote energy efficient measures in public facilities in conformance with town financial priorities. I would say financial capacity.
And that was under goal 6?
I'm sorry, goal 6, 1B.
1B, okay.
And then on number 3 for 6 as well, establish invasive species prevention measures and regulations to continuously monitor, manage, and remove invasive species. So I totally understand this, and it would be great if everybody did this, but I don't know if we would want to set up a regulatory environment where we fine people for not doing this. So that's what regulations to me means. I don't know if that's what, maybe we could change it to education. Also on number 4, talking about the dark sky, pursue measures to reduce light pollution. I do believe we do have measures in place to do that, so what I would say is maybe update measures.
All helpful?
Okay. Then on goal number 7, number 4, review the town and water utility capital improvement plan and master water plans such that extensions of service capacity do not induce inappropriate development. I don't know what the definition of that is. We do have zoning and ordinances to prevent inappropriate development, so things that are outside of the law.
Yeah, this was
So-
a carryover from the existing plan. And so I would generalize that it's there to ensure that where the extension of service capacity is not put forth to generate something of more inappropriate development, if that makes sense. That the purpose of any extension of capacity would be to service the anticipated or planned development, not something that is desired, if that makes sense.
It does not make sense.
I mean, we can revise the language, but when we read it, we interpret it that we don't want to extend a water line to an empty parcel in order to ensure that that parcel we can build a arena on that parcel, even though zoning or anything else doesn't allow it. We don't want to extend services out to something that is not planned for either in the general plan or is not appropriate for surrounding development, is how I would interpret that. But
You should say that. I'm okay with that.
I mean, if it complies with our laws, we follow our laws.
yeah, I think
anyone can build an arena.
I think we'll go ahead and take another stab at that language to help clarify it.
So we just should make it clear that we do not have a wastewater treatment facility to recycle water.
What page you on, Sheila?
Oh, I'm sorry. 12 to 13.
So just one point that it's still early, but there are communities in the valley that are looking to further reuse wastewater
Right.
and actually utilize that as a
Yes.
resource
Yes.
for other communities. So that's why I think we were just wanting to acknowledge that that could be an option, even if Carefree itself doesn't obviously treat
Okay.
the water.
All right. I was under the impression that basically 100% of the wastewater in Phoenix and Scottsdale was already asked under contract, basically. But I may be wrong.
And that could be the case right now. It's just in terms of like the city of Phoenix is committing more dollars to enhance their treatment facilities to even make their water potentially available for additional use. But there would have to be a lot of other conditions that come into play. How one would get water from one community to the next, and but we just didn't want to preclude us from that option.
That's great. Thank you. That covers it for me on open space.
I have one question.
Yes.
On 6B, it talks about PM10 particulates. So is this some federal standard or something, or what is this?
Yeah, it's a federal standard relative to air quality.
So we're not asking anything above and beyond?
No, that is just a baseline, something the town needs to do, and we typically get a comment from Maricopa County to include a reference to that from their, because they're charged with looking at the county overall. And so usually when we go out for 60-day review, we get this boilerplate comment for reference, and so we put it in there in anticipation of that.
On the, let me get my bearings here. F. Are we on actions or?
We can be if you would like.
If we go to action F in the open OE actions. So enforce laws for refuse disposal and motorized vehicle use of washes. So we do that now. The challenge is that when we get a call, perpetrator's long gone, right? They dump and run. They're driving on a wash and they're driven away. So when we have laws like this now, I mean, short of upping our enforcement capacity at relatively high expense, I don't know how we do this any more than we do today.
Yeah, and this was, and maybe we just need to qualify the language, but this was one that we heard from various residents, almost what you're describing, that we, from time to time, or some residents more than time to time, have individuals that, you know, travel through their property along a wash. And so they shared that in feedback. And so we wanted, to your point, we recognize that there's laws on the books already, and so we put an action item down to enforce the laws prohibiting disposal and motorized vehicle use, to show residents that we were listening and saw that feedback. But if we needed to qualify this language to better clarify that the town has things in place and that that they will continue to enforce within the laws themselves, that we can certainly refine that. But this was in reaction to just community feedback.
Well, continue to enforce is a good word.
Any other comments? Okay. Hearing none, thank you for your patience. We'll go through this last theme of prosperity and fiscal stability. So we have 5 goals in this particular chapter. And so goal 1 focuses on ensure a range of funding mechanisms are utilized to diversify income streams for town projects. So there's a series of policies associated with that. Ensure that high quality public services and facilities are maintained. I don't think anybody disputes that. Promote economic development activities that help build on the town's tax base while recognizing distinctions between expectations in select development areas and the preservation of semi-rural character of the town. So again, a mouthful on that one because of the sensitivity within the need for economic development, but the desire to balance that within the community character overall. We have goal 4, which is really speaking more to especially the fire hazard that we have up in the Carefree area, but we broaden that to just any and all natural and human cause hazards. So with the summer we've had, a lot of communities are looking at excessive heat as another example of a hazard issue beyond just fire danger. And then the last one, emphasize the care and carefree. And so this one just speaks to kind of capturing that public outreach component and availability context. So with that, I'll open to any questions on the goals, or we can jump into the actions and speak about them together.
Okay, number 4 on goal 2, where we say incorporate sustainable practices into town operations and maintenance. I think we should define what that is, and we should make it where it's, financially feasible.
Okay.
So in terms of emergency management, we have, our fire chief is our emergency manager, and we do have IGAs with the state, the National Forest, as well as, most importantly, Maricopa County's Emergency Management Plan Process Department. And so I think that, to say, is anyone ever fully prepared? I say no. Prepared, yes, but fully prepared is never realistic when there's any type of disaster that comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, fair.
So
We can strike
We
fully.
always want to be as prepared as possible, but to say you're always fully prepared, I think is not realistic. And then on goal 5, number 3, it says explore opportunities. This is to emphasize the care and carefree. Explore opportunities to improve outcomes through intergovernmental cooperation. And I'm wondering what kind of outcomes we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, this was, I guess, maybe a planner's approach to getting too fancy in terms of, in any situation where there might be a need to cooperate with outside agencies. So whether that's on the open space conversation, and we're working with Maricopa County, or we're working with our neighbors over in Cave Creek on a specific condition, it was trying to globally just say that the outcomes are all things. I mean, we're not trying to narrow ourselves to any specific topic, but maybe that
How
is
about
also too broad.
If you say explore opportunities to improve the community, might be a little more self-explanatory.
Maybe community interests,
Yeah.
something like that.
Okay, we can wordsmith that one.
Okay, I'm done.
Any
I'm
other-
also done.
Okay.
Anybody else have comments?
I got a whole
Oh,
list.
go right.
And so, for the benefit of the public, we do have comment action items, again, to memorialize some of the goals and policies. So we're talking about the economic development plan. There's value in continuing to maintain the 5-year capital improvement plan. So those types of things are outlined in the action items themselves. We then also have continue to publicize community events. The other is utilize community surveys. We are seeing this more and more in communities where they do an annual or biannual, so every year, every 2 years, doing a community survey to gauge just overall status of the town on a number of different factors. Some communities do it informally, and utilize their own approach to the surveys, and then others utilize a vendor that has a very strict kind of analysis process so that you can benchmark yourselves against other communities. But this was another one that we at least wanted to put on the radar that we're seeing in other communities, and so if it's of value to the town, we thought we'd put it on the list. So comments or questions before I move through these? Okay. Seeing none, then I'll just try and wrap it up for the benefit of the audience. That just for reference, what the general plan will have, what the packet that went along with the agenda includes, is a complete table that you see here, an element matrix. So what we were talking about when we were organizing the plan and putting it into these three themes, we still have the elements or topics that we must address from a state law standpoint. So this table succinctly shows all the required elements, some elective elements as well, or topics, and then conveys how the various goals relate either directly or indirectly to some of the required elements or topics. And so again, this is a quick way to see how the plan cross-pollinates itself, so that one goal doesn't just roll up to one topic, it rolls up to many topics. But it also allows the plan to be more succinct and avoid redundancies by, in each chapter repeating something, because we can show that, hey, we're sensitive to open space, and we made a note of that in Goal 2. Even though it's not in the open space section, for example. And then last, I would just say we're going to repeat this presentation for our Planning Commission on 9/12. And then, as I mentioned, all of this is intended to lead into that 60-day review period that starts in October. So we're going to take the feedback we received, make fine adjustments, obviously complete the bulk of the other parts of the plan, and then we'll have a community workshop number 5 during that 60-day review to share with the community the aspects of that draft, and then we'll also be looking at having some pop-up workshops to get the word out as well. So with that, I apologize for the long presentation, but thank you very much for the input and feedback.
So, nice job. I mean, we just had a lot of questions, and you did great. So just I have a couple more questions, though. On the, are there additional sets of goals and policies, or is this it?
This, the packet that you received would be all the goals and policies and actions that we're contemplating. Everything else in the plan is existing conditions, clarifying the definition of the land use types, those components.
So this is essentially a draft of the general plan.
That's why we wanted to get a little sneak preview, because in essence, this is the meat and potatoes.
Okay, very good. And when we do the community workshop, say in October, is there subsequent opportunities for public input? In other words, not everyone can go to that meeting. How will that work?
Yeah, Mayor, always doing a great job of clarifying. That workshop, yes, we would have one in person, but we would complement that with a virtual workshop, just as we've done on all the others. So over that whole 2-month period, that virtual workshop will always be available for resident input. And then again, I think we discussed with staff, we just haven't landed on the dates, that we would have pop-up workshops at the post office, for example, and then could further inform residents about how they could participate.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. So now what I'd like to do is just go to public comment. And so please limit your comments to 3 minutes. First up, John Trainer.
John Trainer, you've heard it before. Good evening again. I wasn't planning to speak on this topic. However, the longer the session went on, and it was very detailed, and I'm sure it's much more detailed underneath all that, but I heard some comments from some of the council members that I found disturbing and ill thought out, probably. First of all, someone mentioned we don't have the financial resources to do a land acquisition for open space. Well, nobody asked for that, number one. But number two, nobody, well, I should say nobody, we somehow found $40 million for a water project. We did that somehow. We took on indebtedness for that. So to say we don't have the resources is kind of ill thought out. 7 council members is a very infinitesimal sample set. Very, very small sample set. At the end of the day, comment all you want. When the plan goes to the public, you will have 1 vote each. There are 2,000 or so others that will have 1 vote each. People sometimes forget why we're here. I know why I'm here. I know why I'm in Carefree. I didn't come to Carefree for Hampton Inn. I've been in enough Hampton Inns and places like it in my life and my career. I didn't need it here. I came here for the open space, for the semi-rural character that I couldn't find in Scottsdale, that I couldn't find in Phoenix. I came here. I don't know why you all came here, but I wouldn't question why other people did. $7 to $10 million is a big nut. It certainly is. So is $35 million. Tourists come to Carefree for what? We do a lot of talk about bringing tourists in. We got to get Gary money. For what? What do they come here for? They come here for zip lining? I don't know why they come here. If we focus on tourists excessively, we're making a big mistake. I have another comment, but I won't make it publicly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. John Mattis.
I wasn't going to be speaking on this either, but John sort of stole my thunder on a couple of comments that he made. How's this? You stole my thunder, John. There was a small sampling of 80% of that sampling wanted open space. That's because those people were concerned enough to respond to the survey that went out. The other people might not have been able to, I don't know. But Matt also said that that is a 95%, if you went out and surveyed everybody else from his experience, 95% of those people would want the same thing. To keep saying it's a small sampling, it's a small sampling, well, I tell you what, you had no sampling when you came up with an $18 million water bond issue. None. You also had no problem tonight putting $2 million to a water bond because it was ill-conceived and obviously need more funding. To say you don't have money for open space, but you have money for this, you have money for $1.2 million worth of signs in downtown, is ludicrous. Thank you.
Miss Wendy Mattis.
Wendy Mattis, Tranquil Trails, Carefree resident. I wasn't planning on speaking either, and they both stole my thunder, but I think it's probably good because I felt really insulted by some of the things that I heard this evening from some of our council members. I feel like we're continuing to be minimized and marginalized and not listened to. But rather than focusing on that, I would like to focus on something that Matt had included in this plan, and I would like to encourage you all to keep an open mind. He said, focus initial efforts on the 48-acre state trust land parcel. Utilize Open Space Board to work in conjunction with like-minded agencies and nonprofits such as Carefree Park to define a strategy for acquiring and preserving this property. So I think that's all I'm asking. We're not asking you to come up with $7 million to purchase the land. We're asking for support and working with us. On October 21st, Carefree Park is planning an informational presentation at the Sanderson Pavilion, and I hope you will all attend, so we can talk about what we've accomplished so far and what we still need to do to make this work. Our philosophy is, if it's important enough, you find a way to make it work. And if that's putting aside $10 a year in a line item budget that shows that you care enough, then put $10 aside in your line item budget. But keep an open mind, please, and don't just discount it saying we can't afford it, so don't put it on the general plan. Because, as John Trainer said, we are the ones who will vote on the general plan, and this is important to enough people. So keep an open mind and just work with us, is what I would say. Thank you.
Mary Ann Busser, please.
All this time. It's actually pronounced Buser, but that's okay. Thank you. Yes, so my name is Ariane Buser, and I'm a Carefree resident. I've spoken here before. So I, too, actually was really insulted by some of the comments, but that's neither here nor there at this moment. So as we all know, it's been mentioned, Carefree has 2 scheduled traffic calming workshops this month. And there's also a traffic calming section that was included in the general plan draft that we just went through earlier this evening. Clearly, Carefree recognizes that traffic has become a problem. Therefore, it absolutely makes no sense to develop a resort on the corner of Carefree Highway and Tom Darlington. This will only exacerbate the problem which has been identified of residents. No amount of expensive and unnecessary speed humps and/or roundabouts will help to solve the problem. Tonight, you're going to be asked to vote to move forward with the economic development plan as well. You have also reviewed the first draft of our general plan. Both the economic development plan and the first draft of the general plan have language throughout stating that we, Carefree residents, support and encourage development of a resort on the corner of Carefree Highway and Tom Darlington. This is completely and utterly false. I actually have been actively involved in the general plan workshops. I have filled out all of the surveys that have been sent out, and I've also listened to some of the feedback that the surveys have provided in these town council meetings. Along with the preservation of open space, the residents have listed water conservation and traffic as some of the 2 most critical issues that need to be addressed. Not surprising then, most residents have opposed this resort because we realize the negative impact this resort will have on both water and traffic. Unlike Carefree staff, we actually live here in Carefree. We will have to deal with the serious traffic issues that a resort will provide. We will be impacted by the dark sky and the noise violations. And given this area only has water allocated for 6 homes, our valuable cap water should not be squandered by a water guzzling resort. And not to mention, once again, I've already stated in previous town council meetings, we already have 3 hotels within the area. It would be just ridiculous to add another water guzzling location, and it's just common sense to not have a resort on that spot. After all of the feedback from residents, and I see language that supports the resort, making its way into the first draft of our general plan, it violates my trust in the process itself. It makes me and others feel that our voices are not being heard and that you, the town council and staff, have your own agenda. You really don't seem to care about residents, what residents truly want. Remember, you do work for us, not the other way around. I would like to make it perfectly clear that I will vote no on any Carefree general plan that says Carefree residents support and encourage a resort on the corner of Tom Darlington and Carefree Highway, and that also doesn't support the open space initiative. And I will also encourage any of my friends and neighbors to vote no as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Art Vivas.
Good evening, Mayor, council people, and neighbors and friends. I'm going to speak to the same issues that we just heard in a slightly different way. that is the development that's planned for the corner of Carefree Highway and Tom Darlington. Going back to the economic development plan from Mr. Prokopek, the town village center revitalization of underutilized buildings I support, and the emphasis on new regional retail in areas already commercially zoned as approved in the expired general plan I support. But I'm really opposed to that destination stay tourism idea at the 190-room hotel at Carefree's Gateway. Our economic development director was hired in part to usher in this zoning amendment from very low density rural, which it was originally for, with 10 to 12 homes on 2 acres, into a spa. An informal poll was taken at our initial meeting of abutters in May of 21. Only one of 40 at that meeting, a friend of the seller, voted in favor of the spa change. After 3 abutter meetings advising of the possible proposed spa plans, they were all rejected until he finally offered us a pleasant-sounding boutique, quote-unquote, single-story 50-casita Hermosa Inn-style concept. And I will quote that it was said, "It will also have no additional impacts on the natural environment. We'll continue to maintain the unique beauty and quirky nature that Carefree was founded upon." Interestingly, the boutique was the term used to describe the Hampton Inn. Notably, this spa amendment evolved when the landowner signaled intent to sell his 21 acres and they needed a zone change. The town accelerated plans for the perceived economic opportunity, bypassing voters, and approved the spa amendment at a Zoom meeting 12/11/21 while COVID was raging. Abutters only learned of the massive size transformation of the 50-room boutique resort into a 190-room hotel, sprawling across the land. After the spa amendment, during a 12/20/22 Zoom, the potential developers described this novelty of this hotel from Savannah and Boulders. They described it as a loud they didn't say this, but it was a loud lawsuit generating 6 pickleball court, maintenance garage, large pool, and 190 resort casitas, but some of those were 2-story. When we talk about pickleball, by the way, there are so many articles that are presently available that show the various lawsuits emerging. The most recent one was shattered nerves and sleepless nights, pickleball noises driving everyone nuts. The sound of pickleball is like having a pistol range in your backyard. That was the New York Times.
Okay, Mr. Vivas, please wrap it up. Thank you.
Travel and Leisure recently rated Hermosa Inn as the best hotel in Arizona, the top 500 worldwide, but there was no pickleball court there. This enormous hotel may bring in revenue, but it will impose reduced revenue by demanding increased emergency services, exacerbate 2 decades plus drought, destroy habitat, and impact our spectacular vista between Black Mountain and Boulders, a place of visually significant corridors in town. I ask you to delay the vote on this portion of the general plan until the spa usage is more aligned with residents' desires for Carefree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that wraps up the public comment to the general plan discussion. Any other comments from council or questions for Matt while he's here? So hearing none, Matt, thank you very much. Look forward to you coming back again. All right. So now we're going to move to agenda item number 12, the 2023-24 Strategic Economic Development Work Plan. Mr. Prokopek.
Mayor, Council, thank you for taking the time to evaluate the Economic Development Work Plan. Before I get started, I just wanted to clarify one thing, and if you're in question as to whether or not this is legal, I just want to read a letter. Council members and Mr. Wright, this was addressed to our attorney as well. As you are aware, the Office of the Attorney General the office received a complaint alleging that the town of Carefree, the Carefree Town Council Economic Development Technical Advisory Committee, the committee violated the Arizona Meeting Law, Arizona Revised Statute 38-431. The office has received the committee's response to the allegations that the committee purportedly held non-public meetings since its members were appointed in January 2021. After reviewing the council's response, supporting documents, the office is unable to substantiate a violation of the open meeting law in connection with the allegations. This matter is now considered closed. This letter relates solely to the disposition of the aforementioned open meeting law complaint and is not a formal opinion of the Attorney General's office and should not be cited as authority in such matters. This was signed Catherine Jensen, the Assistant Attorney General, and was delivered to the town on May 20th, 2022. So with that, I'm going to proceed. As you know, we went through the I chipped a tooth, and so my tongue is like really all swollen. Economic Development Work Plan in August, and so what this was a two-stage process to be able to present the Economic Development Work Plan, be able to solicit input both from the public and from council members, make any additional changes to that plan, and then provide you with a clean document for the Economic Development Work Plan. And I just want to emphasize that this work plan is a component of the town council work plan that was created 2 years, or almost 4 years ago now. And so as part of that plan, there was a requirement for an economic development work plan. And the way that we've approached the economic development work plan is to do these in 24-month chunks, because to put something so large and vast in place would just get lost. And so what we want to do is make sure that we can transparently provide what we're going to be working on in economic development over the next 24 months. And so that's what the economic development plan is about. It's an overview of the things and the tactical nature that economic development will be tackling over through that time period. You are not approving anything other than what I'm going to be working on. So, so I hope you can approve something tonight so I have something to work on over the next 24 months. This has gone through a process of going through the Economic Development Advisory Board and the Planning Zoning Commission, which was the same. And it went through a pretty robust process. Since we had a new P&Z that came and was appointed, we wanted to make sure that we just didn't give them this cold. And so there were several meetings that talked about what economic development was, what the economic development plan is, why we're working on the things that we're working on, and it was all done in conjunction with the revitalization efforts that we've been working on, as well as looking at how we do revenue for the town. And so none of this has been done in a vacuum. Most of this was done over the between the fall of last year and through the spring. And as we kind of came through to the summertime, we put some things on hold so we could actually start to address these things as we got into the fall again, and wanted to wait till at least we got till September. So I would say that we're probably about 6 months behind of where this is supposed to be, in an effort to make sure that we had proper vetting through the Planning and Zoning Commission, and where we held, I think, at least 2, if not 3 different open houses, or workshop sessions that were open to the public. And one of the things that was in the first economic development work plan was this concept of financial sustainability. And so as we went through the process, one of the key elements that was asked to be put back into this particular plan to be consistent as we go from work plan to work plan is this idea that, you know, when you look at the future sustainability of this town, we have a revenue shortfall. Costs are going to go up, and revenues are going to be relatively flat as it relates to how our costs increase in the town. And it's just the fundamental nature of when we start hitting our growth limits, there's only so much you can do, and particularly when we've talked about this kind of ad nauseum, that when we run out of construction sales tax, and that was what was driving a significant amount of the development of our capital improvement program, money that we could put away, you know, that starts to dry up. And so we still have to fix roads. We still have to make sure the gardens are nice. We still have to do all the things that a community needs to do. And the other part of it is we look at where our fragility is when we look at our revenue stream. And when we fund things like fire programs, and it's primarily funded by a Lowe's, and we start looking at, you know, 40% of that business model is down for home improvement. This probably isn't the top performing Lowe's in their chain. And so we are, you know, in kind of a precarious position. I'm not saying Lowe's is going anywhere anytime soon. I'm just saying we are in a position of fragility. And so I was happy to see that when we look in the plan that we look at diversified revenue streams. And so when we look at the economic development work plan, that's what it's about. It's about putting together diversity. And it's for us to be able to make sure that not only can we pay our bills today, but really, can we be tax-free forever? I mean, that's kind of the concept. You know, it's not just for now. So I'm just going to kind of briefly go through it. I'm not going to go in depth to the plan because I've already done that, and I've received the input. And some of this input came from council that you see on the current draft, and some of it came from members of the community. And so again, the top priority is going to be looking at our regional retail and making sure that we can work with the owners of the CVS to get that filled with quality tenant. That's going to produce sales tax. The biggest threat is something of non-sales tax nature. Sales tax nature wants to move into that particular building, so we're really going to aggressively push back against anything that would not generate sales tax. And then it's working with Empire on that specific corner at the northeast corner of Carefree Highway and Cave Creek Road. We've had one developer, the Eisenberg Company, that made a run at it, and it was difficult due to cost increases through when COVID hit, and as well as the cost it takes to reroute the wash. And so we're going to work with Empire to figure out if there's a more productive way to be able to meet the goals of what the community is asking for, as well as us being able to maximize the total amount of revenue we can generate from that particular corner. Town center revitalization is an absolute key, and when we look at our revenue projections here, you know, our opportunity to generate another $240,000, you know, to be able to make sure that we hit on all cylinders in the town center, and that's what we're going to be focusing on, and that's the development of some of these new sites. Obviously, somebody mentioned the redevelopment of Town Hall and and then just looking at our overall tenancy, and this kind of plays into the positioning that we talked about before. And the positioning strategy, and I'm glad somebody brought this up, is who are the tourists that come here? And I think for a long time we relied on that tourist that comes and stays at the Wigwam and drives over, or comes from Wisconsin or wherever they're coming from, and they want to see the sundial, and now they want to see the gardens, and maybe they get lunch, maybe they don't, maybe they buy a trinket, or they leave, or they go to Cave Creek. But we're moving beyond that level of tourism. And so what we're looking at from a positioning perspective is where we fit into the regional landscape as a retail destination. And so that's why these things are important. And we've got to build the retail model, because these small businesses, these little guys that are your neighbors that fund these businesses, we want to keep that element. That is what is our differentiator. We are a unique, small business driven little community. And a lot of these people have put a lot of their investment, some of them probably put a significant amount of their investment into being able to operate these small businesses. And for us, it's about giving them every opportunity to be successful. And so that's providing things like quality signage, and that's things like providing a quality pedestrian environment, and making sure that we've got adequate parking, and that parking's in an adequate location, and it's easy and accessible for those visitors who are coming in and paying our bills, to be honest, to be able to shop in our stores. And at the same time, if we can accomplish this goal, we're providing a level of businesses that our residents are going to want to shop at as well. And it's not just tourist-based, but it's going to be boutiques and home furnishings, and we're already seeing that transition. And then this kind of comes to the destination stay strategy and how that fits into it. And I agree, I am not about wanting to increase our drive-in, drive-out tourist business. We don't want to be Sedona. And you know, and I grew up here. I lived here since 1978. I remember driving up to Carefree in 1978, and I remember what it was all about. And it was kind of like the idea of what Sedona was like. You'd come up and you'd get a little trinket, and you felt like you went somewhere. It took you an hour to get here, even though you lived nowadays 20 minutes away. And it was a really wavy, bumpy road, and we're just not that anymore. And so the idea with destination stay tourism is twofold. One, the people who come here pay to stay here. They want to be here. They want to be part of the Carefree fabric. And that is extremely important, that we get those people who want to be here. They want to experience the shops. They want to experience the community. They want to experience the open space. They want to experience the restaurants. That's what we really are looking for. And at 6%, between 3% sales tax and 3% bed tax. They pay a significant amount of money to be here, and they're not drive-in and drive-out traffic. That's the important thing. And so tour buses and people coming in and leaving after being here for an hour or two, and we're trying to rely on that level of revenue coming in, probably isn't the most productive way that we want to look at. So that's the basis of the destination stay, and I can appreciate there's 3 hotels in here, but only 2 of them are in Carefree, and unfortunately the Boulders is not part of Carefree, and that tax revenue goes to the city of Scottsdale. And so so that's the importance of trying to diversify. I would also like to mention, because it's been brought up several times, there has been no zoning done for that corner. It is a general plan amendment. The general plan amendment was done as an amendment because that's how you do specific area planning. And specific area planning allows you to deal with the issues specific to those adjacent neighbors versus having an entire community telling you what's going to go in your backyard. Because we can do that at every corner. We can go to Pima and Cave Creek Road and tell those residents that there should be a gas station on that corner. Because I'll tell you right now, the rest of the world probably thinks there should be a gas station and convenience store on that corner. And so we got to be very careful about how we do these things. And so this process still has to go through a rezone. That's going to take 24 months to get through that rezoning process. There is no developer in place right now. There's been nothing made. This was a way for us to put a placeholder in place because we only have so much land left in this community to be able to make sure that we are fiscally responsible, because I know that's one of the things that we brought up. And I am an unapologetic capitalist. I'm just going to say that right now. I believe that we should look at capitalism to solve our problems here, and I think that's the way the community wants to approach this, by a sales tax driven model. And that's one of the things that we're offering here. But you don't throw that out. You don't just go along with that and sacrifice everything and not have the other qualitative factors that make Carefree Carefree. And so that's what this is all about as well. And so when we even look at that general plan amendment, it's extremely sensitive to making sure that we have open space. It's extremely sensitive to all the things that those neighbors and the Carefree residents have brought up. And so the things that we're talking about are consistent with not only the existing general plan, but they're consistent with what people are proposing. And so with that, this plan is about moving forward, and this plan is about dialogue and engagement. The things that we are going to be working on from an economic development perspective, you're not approving those things tonight. Those things are going to be vetted through the public. These things are going to be vetted through the P&Z and the Economic Development Advisory Board. They're going to come to council. There's going to be, nothing's happening tomorrow. It's not going to happen fast. And so one of the things that we are going to do, though, is take the existing stakeholder group that was already put together over the last 18 to 24 months, however long it's been, to talk about some of the things that we've been working on for the town center, specific to the signage, circulation, and parking. And we're going to take that group, we're going to reconvene that stakeholder group, and we're going to add additional stakeholder members, because I can appreciate that a lot of people are new to this community or new to this conversation. And so I think it's important that we do have continuity in that conversation. I would suggest that we don't, recreate the wheel here or boil the ocean. I think the big issue lies in with, the balancing of having quality in this community. You don't want a Hampton, then don't have a Hampton environment. We've got to create a high quality environment that includes high quality signage, that includes having great pedestrian connectivity, making sure that people, when they park, aren't walking in the streets to get to where they want to get to. It's making sure that we are having that high quality environment and setting that vision for what we want. It's not going to happen overnight, but the more that we can put on the backs of development and developers is the way we're going to try to fund some of these things. And so if we look at our vacant property, it is adjacent to a lot of these areas where we can actually look for those developers to provide the multi-use pathways that I think people are asking for. And maybe not in this specific location, but those are the things that we're working on. And so this is about traffic. This is about connecting neighborhoods. This is about making sure that people can enjoy their community. And, so with that, my commitment is that we are going to take this through public process. We're going to engage, and we're going to get thought and input from people as we move forward. And so the idea is that we can move from the stakeholder group, and then we'll come back to council to look if we could have a more formalized group that deals specifically with the implementation of the things that we're talking about, specifically to the town center, because I think a lot of people have issue with what's going on with the town center, and we just want to make sure that the types of densities that we have, the connectivity, the events and activities that were going to occur in the pavilion or in the gardens, all of those things that we can have as part of a community conversation, and then we can bring that back to council. So Just to let you guys know, I mean, one of the things that I do beyond economic development is I also manage the Sanderson Lincoln Pavilion. I work on all the events and activities. We just put a whole program together where every Saturday from here to the end of the year, we're going to have something going on between 1 and 3, whether it's music or some type of activity or event like Veterans Day or Empty Bowls. We're really committed to being able to activate the gardens, and it's not going to be concerts. It's just going to be being able to create a great environment that people can enjoy and walk through and just really feel like we have something different here, and we enrich the experience as being a Carefree resident and also a Carefree visitor. So we'll be looking at ways that we enhance the environment in the town center. We're actively working on the patchy areas on Easy Street that are in front of some of our businesses, where we have the parking medians, to enhance the landscaping, maybe put a few more trees in to give some more shade as people walk in the hot sidewalk on Easy Street, and looking at the qualitative factors that are going to really make this town center really be the type of town center and the quality that we think it should be. So that's what this plan and that's what this effort is all about. And I just wanted to, I know there's been a lot of discussion and conversation. I didn't intend to talk this long, but I want to address the questions that were here tonight while people are here, because they waited patiently for me to speak. So, and I appreciate that. And I do appreciate the people being here. I really do. I think this is your community, and we're not moving fast. This stuff's not happening tomorrow. It's not happening next week. It's not even happening in 6 months in some cases. So everybody has the ability to participate, and that's what this is going to be about. And I just want to let you know we're making significant progress with our businesses. They're really trying to get together. They're also already looking at staying open later on Friday evenings in a cohesive fashion to be able to have more consistent hours. That's a big complaint that we've heard. We're working with them to provide entertainment as well, and we've been able to get some pretty good input or pretty good involvement from these businesses that are particularly in town center. We're getting ready to kick off our third Thursday again in October. This will be our 4th year, and businesses are already participating in all the advertising. I think this is going to be a great third Thursday, and having the Sonoran Arts League here has been fantastic. They're talking about now having art in the park. And so there's a lot of things that are happening that are in play, and it's very exciting. I think this is going to be an extremely exciting season for us. And I'm excited to be here, and I think everybody should be. And so I just want people to enjoy this town. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Steve. So we have some public comment. We do those first. And then
Okay.
we'll go back to the council.
Okay.
So now we'll do public comments. So please limit yourself to 3 minutes. First up is Mr. John Mattis.
Can you hear me, John? Yes. All right. Candace, I'm going to be making a public records request tomorrow for the letter that Steve read from the AG's office, so you might want to get a copy of it from him now, so it'd be easier for you.
I think your microphone died.
Okay. Well, I did do a formal, unless you wanted to just give it to me, and that's okay with her.
Make it easy for her.
Thank you. May 20th of 2021, Carefree had an EDAP Planning and Zoning and Study section packet for the relevant area kickoff. I don't know if you've seen this. Some of you weren't on the council at the time. But what information did EDAP give to the council? It was off of the work plan 2020-11, which stated there should be an Economic Development Advisory Board. That's the reason for my complaint to the AZ. That was before this happened. It was before today. You're going to be making a decision tonight on information that Steve collected from these people on this committee. There were no public comments, there was no public notice, there was no recording, there were no minutes. It's a violation of the Arizona open meeting law. I don't want to do it. I got better things to do. If you force me to, I will, again, make another public complaint to the AZ's office, and then I will file a complaint and a notice against your bonds, your oath of office. You're not following state law. It's simple. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Barbara Hess, please.
Hi. My name is Barbara Hess. I'm here to read a statement from Stephanie Barber. However, I have to say, I saw your plan before, and it made us look like Scottsdale, and that makes me very upset. You said a lot of words today, and honestly, I have no idea what you guys are voting on. I have no idea. So, and I don't know how much money you're spending on what you're voting. It's very unclear. So, let me read my statement. That was my piece. Hi, my name is Barbara Hess. I'm a Carefree resident. I am reading this statement on behalf of Stephanie Barber, who is out of town. Since February, residents have been actively involved in revising Carefree's general plan. The general plan will shape Carefree's future for the next 10 to 20 years and direct the town's activities accordingly. The economic development plan presented today is not in alignment with the ratified general plan of 2012. This disconnect has been discussed in the recent general plan workshops and surveys. Our consultant pointed this disconnect out in the August Town Council meeting. A vote to approve the economic development plan that is not aligned with our general plan will erode residents' trust in the general plan process. I understand the economic development is important. I am not advocating we stop all development efforts until the November 2024 general plan vote. But there is a compromise that can enable development efforts to continue while still respecting the general plan. I suggest the council modify the economic development plan to be aligned with the ratified general plan of 2012. Both the village center and redevelopment, and the development on the corners of Carefree Highway and Cave Creek Road are part of the 2012 general plan. 206 acre-feet of water were reserved specifically for the 2012 general plan in anticipation of future commercial development on the corner of Carefree Highway and Cave Creek Road. The council should not approve moving forward with the resort on the corner of Carefree Highway and Tom Darlington at this time. Development of that corner was not mentioned once in the voter-approved 2012 general plan. The SPA that amended the 2012 general plan to accommodate the proposed resort on this corner was done in the middle of COVID lockdown and only months before the 2012 general plan legally expired. The rationale for why Carefree did not begin the revision of the new general plan in the legally mandated time was COVID. Many residents have questioned whether the SPA is even valid since COVID stopped Carefree from revising the general plan, but did not prevent Carefree from holding public hearings regarding the SPA. I asked the council to please modify the economic development plan to include the only two developments approved in the 2012 general plan, the Village Center redevelopment and the development of corner of Carefree Highway and Cave Creek Road. That is more than enough development to focus
Please
for
wrap up,
next year
Ms. Hess.
while we complete the general plan revision. Thank you. I said I had one sentence left.
Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Stuart Skirty. Okay.
Is there somebody coming up?
Mr. John Trainer.
I'm gonna. You can put it in or use it, I don't know.
Once again, John Trainer. This doesn't count.
John, we just want to make sure you can hear.
Okay, Steve, you must have been a used car salesman. I've never heard anybody talk that fast since I bought my first used car in 1964. He was a quick talker.
Well, you all were here for so long.
I tell you, quick talkers, fast talkers, and whisper talkers, they all want the same thing. They crave attention. They may not be selling what you want, but they crave attention. I have two of those here tonight. basic costs incurred will remain, oh, okay. Our basic costs to run this government will increase, but revenue will remain flat. Where the hell did you get that statistic? I'd like to see the backup for that. That's one of the most ridiculous things I've heard here tonight. Our income will stay flat. Hotel rates don't go up, cost of a drink don't go up, groceries don't go up. People spend money. That was a lousy comment. What level of tourism have we moved into? The Hampton Inn? That's our level of tourism now? Give me a break. A general plan amendment is how we do it. Voters do not get a say in a general plan amendment or an SPA. That's a tool of town administrators, economic development directors, and town planners, not voters. We get to say once every 10 years what we want in our town, we want our government to do. A GPA bypasses all of that. It says, screw you voters, this is what we want, and you don't even live here. I'm sorry, this is serious. This is what the economic development plan is coming from. No input from us. I said the voters don't get an opportunity to vote on a GPA, but you already knew that. It's merely a tool to violate our zoning codes. A tool to violate our zoning codes that the Planning and Zoning Commission is supposed to protect. We know nothing is going to happen overnight. Nothing's happened in 3 years. We know nothing's going to happen overnight.
Please wrap it up.
Okay.
Please.
Vision. Never mind, I won't read that one.
Okay, Ms. Maureen Benedetto.
Maureen Benedetto. I live on Arroyo Seco. Just a couple of questions. I have asked this before, and I'm asking again. I want to know who the stakeholders are. Question. And then the other thing about this economic development plan, it's pretty interesting that the northeast corner of Carefree Highway and Cave Creek remains not built on. So I'm wanting to know from you, what are you doing with Empire to get off the conceptual site plan of mostly office space there? That's not what we need, is office space on that corner. So I want to know what you're doing about that. And some of the members, council members, are they stopping the development of that corner? Because it's been empty a long time, and I've been living in the area in Carefree for 10 years. So my two questions, please answer.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that'll close the public comment. And Mr. Popek, maybe you wish to comment,
Mayor,
respond to some of this.
Are you okay with me answering that
Yes, please, I want
particular
you to.
question? So the nature of that development on that site, when I was hired, that site was under contract through a group called Eisenberg Companies, and they had a site plan that was approved for, they were working to get approved, that was right around 68,000 square feet of retail space on that corner. So they went through that process, and they had already been in that process for a while, Gary, and they went through that for at least another 12 months as they started to look at the costs and construction costs that were going up during COVID, which had to relate to supply chain issues, and just the cost of construction was going up everywhere. The cost for those increases, along with the $7 to $9 million it takes to relocate that wash, became pretty much an impossible task to overcome, and so he dropped out of that particular contract, which was instantly backfilled pretty much by Thompson Thrift, who came in with a proposal that was going to be predominantly residential, and residential wasn't going to do anything for us, considering now you can't even get sales tax on residential rentals. So it would have been a complete misfire for the town to put anything out there in the 30,000 square feet of retail that they were looking at, or commercial, which didn't even have any idea whether or not it was going to be retail sales tax generating anyhow. So that kind of gives the idea of how this has transpired. And so now we're in a position where nobody has it under contract, and we have the opportunity to work with the developer at this time, or the owner of the property at this time, to try to find solutions now that we've had has transpired through time. And anybody who's ever been in development understands this is just the natural course of how development goes. People put things down, they try to do things, some things don't work. They have great ideas, they have big ideas, some ideas just don't come to fruition for whatever reason. So the idea is to work on a solution that maximizes the frontage along Cave Creek Road and Carefree Highway for true retail generating opportunities. And so if we have to look at and reevaluate how that wash gets relocated, and that gives us the opportunity to actually create more open space buffer but still get a higher quality level of retail, then maybe that's something that we should consider, and is very consistent with where the conversation is going as it relates to the general plan update. So that's exactly where we're at right now with that particular ownership, and our goal is to work with them to figure out a way to make that happen in the most productive way. You know, we have an existing site plan, we have existing zoning, so what legislative act is going to be required for us to be able to maybe modify that particular site plan that's consistent with what was promised to the community, and with what I think where the community would like to see us go anyhow, and maybe not have as much non-producing retail uses such as office. And so those are the things that we're going to be very conscious of at this point. But there's nothing we can do when somebody has it under contract. I mean, they have it under contract. All we can do is process them at that point and try to guide them in the direction we want them to go. We did that with Thompson Thrift. They didn't want to play. They were building apartments, and they were throwing some commercial in to try to make us feel better about it. And it was going to look like 7th Street and Bell or any other corner you'll see in Phoenix. I don't think that's what we want either. So, and I apologize if I'm saying this too fast, because I just.
May I?
Just one second. So, is there any underlying community pushback on this development to stop it in its tracks?
For
anything in that northeast corner?
That's pushing it back? No, there's nothing. Or you mean the
Like
challenge
any
is on that.
neighborhoods putting the brakes on you?
No,
putting
nobody's
squeeze
putting the
you
brakes
to
on.
stop?
No. The only challenge on that is just the cost of the on-site improvements. That's the biggest challenge on that site. That wash, unfortunately, Cave Creek Road is a natural dam, and that wash that runs through there gets dammed up by Cave Creek Road. And so what happens is it has an expanded floodplain on that particular site, and so that's why they had to relocate the wash to begin with, because you can't just force more water under that roadway, because that capacity of that pipe that goes under the roadway can only handle so much. And so you say, well, just expand the pipe. Well, that doesn't help the people who are on the other side of the pipe, where all their facilities are built to handle a certain amount of flow, like Lowe's and the storage facility, StoreQuest. So that's kind of how those are the issues that we're dealing with, and so we'll be dealing with those things with the property owner and try to come to, the best, if there has to be a change in the plan, and we will engage the public in that conversation. And actually, I did reach out to Ms. Barber specifically to see if she or others who are interested to be a part of that conversation as it moves forward.
Point of order.
Okay, well, anyway, let's continue on with this discussion, and then we'll circle back to what Mr. Wright has shared with us. So there was a question about the stakeholder group. Maybe you could expand on that.
Yeah, so for the stakeholder group, that will be specific right now to the signage and circulation, and that will be the existing stakeholder group. And then what we'll do is we have a list of people who have said that they want to participate in a further conversation on that. So we'll expand that, and we'll have some more additional public or meetings stakeholder meetings to discuss that specific item. And then from that, we can look together come back to council and figure out a productive way on how we want to use a public group that will allow us to work on the specific tasks that are outlined in the redevelopment plan.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Hatcher?
Yeah. The process, Steve, with respect to the northeast corner, we don't own that land, but do we have like an RFP, if you will, that goes out to builders and say, hey, we're looking to build this type of property, set up this type of project on this piece of property, or do the builders come in and say, hey, this is what I want to do, and then we evaluate it or you evaluate it? Because if that's true, then the community is getting information about these kinds of projects that nobody wants. Okay? We know what we want on that corner. We decided on that a couple of years ago, right? We wanted a tax revenue, we wanted retail, we had a small medical facility there for a little bit, as I recall. But why are we entertaining various projects that we know the community doesn't want for that piece of land? Because that's what seems to be happening.
Mayor and Councilmember Hatcher, that's a good question. And no, we don't have control over who they market to or who they go into contract with. They can come in and ask our opinion on things, of whether or not we think we would support that, or whether or not we think council would support something like that, or the community would support it. But at the end of the day, it's the United States of America. They have rights to due diligence. It's their property, and this state has strong property rights. And so if somebody wants to go through the process, we have the right we have the obligation as the statutory authority to, and Michael, you can talk a little bit more about this as well, to process those applications that come in. And, and we can't lean and tell them exactly what council is going to decide, because that's up to a council decision. All we can do is evaluate it and provide the leadership the best information that's possible. We can provide those applicants the best information that's possible.
The problem with that I get that.
Yeah.
All right, and that's a problem, because we're sitting back waiting for these developers to come in and give us their ideas of what they want to do, and then we have to decide and control that via zoning. And correct? And meanwhile, we're sitting back and time is passing by, and it's not getting done, and we're having, as you say, revenue issues going forward. So is there anything we can do to proactively move that forward and find the right builder and find the right project and get it done? Because right now we're just waiting for people to come in and give us their proposals, and time is going by.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Hatcher, that's exactly what we're doing. We're working with Empire at this time. And I've asked them to slow down, to take a breath, and let's figure out what's going to be most productive. I think they've made 2 runs at this, and they're like, well, what do you need to do? And I said, well, maybe let's do what you said you were going to do. I mean, that's kind of where we're at right now. And so, I think they had big intentions to do what they wanted, what they originally planned, and then they decided to, well, we're going to sell it. And who knows what these developers tell them? I think Craig Eisenberg had the right idea, and I think he was implementing that plan. I think Thompson Thrift maybe told him that's what we intended to do, and then they came in with a project that had extensive apartments to it. So that's how that plays out. Yeah, and so,
Like a big
but we
waste
are,
of time
but
if
we are,
keep
yeah.
doing this exercise, because nothing's getting done.
So
as opposed to, hey, this is what we're looking for. Let's find some guys that want to do it.
Yeah, so we've been working, so the idea is that we have to have that relationship with the property owner and be proactive about that and work together. So we do actively we'll work to seek to bring the right types of developers in to bring the right projects that we want.
Because I assume he wants to market it, sell it, make some money, move on. But if we go through this exercise, it's going to be a long time.
Yeah, and contrary to that, for a site that we own, like the town hall site, as we go through that process, we have all the control.
Yeah.
we can do exactly what we want on there. And so that's where it's going to be important for us to decide what it is we want. And we can do it in a way where we design what we want and we try to bring a qualified developer to build that, or we can have a concept of what we want and then put out and seek different types of development projects. So we'll have a lot more of that type of control, but when it comes to these private properties, you know, we do what we can to try to bring the right people in, but they're working really hard to just sell it and make a buck. And so, you know, if somebody thinks they can come in and these guys, some of these developers, they're used to going into places and bowling them over. They're used to going in and going, oh, I can work this, and we'll spend a bunch of money on a consultant, and we're gonna go canvass the neighborhood, and you know, we know better than you staff, or we know better than you guys, and we'll convince the community, or whatever it is. I've seen it 1,000 times. They think that they can blow it through, or in a bigger city like Phoenix, they just hope that they're not even noticed. They put notifications out and nobody sees it. I mean, that's how that, you know, so.
Well, we, as a community, we know what we want to have, right? You've already voted on that before. We know what we want.
Yep.
So it's your job, in my eyes, to find those guys that will meet and develop that project that we're looking for on this piece of property. And the individual who owns the land, thank you, the individual owns the land, I don't think he gives a damn what it is, as long as he makes money, right?
Correct. At some level, I think
'Cause
they
he's
get.
leaving.
I think they give a damn. I think the owner gives a damn now. They've been through this twice, their way, and it hasn't worked. So now I think it's time for us to be able to work proactively with them to figure out a positive solution that's going to fit and that's going to work. So that's where we are right now. It's just a.
'Cause
Yep.
right now, this is an exercise where we're just losing time.
Yep.
And we have limited time for this, to get this thing done. It's too big.
And I think the landowner has come to the realization that it doesn't make sense to move the wash, do all these things financially. And so if he's resigned to that, you have a good starting point to say, okay, this is the palette we have to work with, and then go out there and do some recruiting and help him out, and we'll get there.
We'll get there, and it's just working on some flexibility and staying in with the vision of what we're trying to get, and
Exactly.
and not jump at something that doesn't make sense.
And another thing, this drives me crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, the economic reality of project finance has gone up multiples.
Oh, I'm sure.
So
Yeah, I don't mean
what
to
a project that looked good 2.5 years ago, today doesn't make economic sense. I'm not saying that there's nothing out there that
Well,
can happen, but
I disagree. It's the character of the project isn't going to change. The cost to build that project
exactly,
has changed.
yes,
I'll go along with that.
yes.
But the project itself, what is going to be going there, and the revenue sources, and what's not going to go
Yeah.
there, like the last guy telling us we had to have a car wash or it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
I mean, that nonsense. So, you know, I don't see there's a whole lot.
Yeah,
of
but seriously, they're gonna look at their return on investment based on how much it costs them to build it, and
I get it.
that is substantially higher than it was,
Well,
yeah, substantially,
And that's why they're looking at,
a smaller
Not-
footprint.
oh, I'm sorry. That's why they're looking at not redirecting the wash, or whatever it's called. What is it called?
Yeah, Mayor, I think they're open to trying to find a positive solution.
Yeah.
And if the wash is a prohibitive issue, then that's something that we're going to talk about
It's
and
a
figure
big
out.
financial anchor on this thing,
Correct.
which doesn't bring a requisite increase in our return on investment, and even from our point of view, it's.
So we need to solve that first so we can get this done.
Agreed. Yeah, so,
Agreed?
Yeah,
Yep.
we all agree.
yeah, so we'll be meeting with Empire to have these conversations. And again, as we go along with those conversations, the public's going to be invited in and try to figure out how we can provide positivity and get some feedback, as well as council.
If I may. The community is getting information regarding what's going on the Tom Darlington and Carefree Northwest corner of various types of projects. I don't know where they're getting it, but it's upsetting them dramatically, okay? So, we're doing something wrong because they're upset about what's potentially going to be built there. I'm learning, you know, this whole business of a resort spa and all this other Jazzbo, and all these other projects we've heard from them, where are they getting this information? Why is it even coming about? I don't, I'm not upset with you or blaming
no.
you, I just don't get it, where that's coming from, and we have not discussed as a board anything about a spa resort down at that corner. I know I have not. So I don't get it as a, what we're doing wrong.
Mayor and Councilmember Hatcher, you know, at this point, there is no so the spa was not done with the project. There was no developer, and it was done that way for a reason, because developers put pressure on things, and you make bad decisions sometimes when you think you're gonna lose something, and so, and we didn't wanna approach it that way. There is currently no application made.
Okay.
There is currently, nothing that we're evaluating as staff, at this moment, and, you know, there was a developer who has put this property under contract, and I believe they reached out under our advice to go talk to adjacent neighbors to try to, you know, I mean, that's where it needs to start. That conversation needs to go to those people who are most impacted by it, and you know, they know what the score is, though. They know what the general plan amendment says, and so we need to stay steadfast on those things.
So can we say to everybody right now, can I say to them that we have nothing under contract, nothing under consideration, no spa, no resort at this moment with anything? And if whatever project we put on that corner, we're all gonna be debating it and discussing it.
Yeah, so the specific planning area is completed. There is no case or zoning, there's no project that is going through this process at this time.
Okay. Everybody get that?
It's in the general plan though, so it came from somewhere.
No, but there's no specific, there's no applicant, there's not even a sniffer.
Yeah.
It's a vision, but there's no candidates.
But
But if you're gonna vote on that, if this is what you're approving for him to go and work on, like what you're saying,
Right.
proactive, it is kind of saying for that area to be that. I'm not saying I'm for, I'm not, I'm just saying the
Yeah.
wording is in there.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, you know, we're gonna look at something there. We have, the general plan, in this case, is a placeholder. Like, we put something in there. The zoning is for single-family homes. The general plan amendment allows us to be able to evaluate that site for, under those conditions that we created through the general plan amendment, which are very specific. And I encourage people to read them. I mean, all the things we talked about, that Matt talked about, are included in that specific amendment, including natural open space, including those things. If you don't want pickleball and it's gonna be a nuisance, then we evaluate that. But that has to go through an entire rezoning. And here's the other thing about a rezoning. If it goes through a rezoning and it's not what we say, or it's not what the community expects, or it's not what it is, they could just take it to referendum and vote on it. I mean, there's so many protections that are going along with this that allows the community to be able to have a significant amount of input at what happens on that particular corner from a qualitative perspective. So I set the palette. That's what we did. We set the palette, we protected and preserved a key corner that has significant financial viability for our future, our sustainability. And for us to throw it out and put, you know, 5 or 6, 10 houses on there, I think is a huge miss. I mean, and I think anybody outside of this community that's evaluating our situation, 100 out of 100 would say the same exact thing. This isn't something that's, and I get it, people are passionate about it. That's why we set up all of these systems in place to provide so much protection of what gets developed there. And that was the rationale for going the route that we went.
one more. With respect to the signage issue, which I've heard several times tonight, I'm pretty confident this council's not going to write a check for $1 million to spend on signs. That's ridiculous. That was just a proposal by an assessment by the people we hired to do that assessment. And that was driven by business owners asking us for that information. So we're looking at the signage, we all are as a group, but There's not a chance in hell anybody's gonna spend $1 million on signage. It's just ridiculous, okay? No, we're not. We don't have $1 million. We need a damn fire truck before we need $1 million in signage. Anyway, it just, please don't, harp.
Mayor and Councilmember Catcher, and I appreciate the comment. And again, when we, this is one of those things, when we start looking at visioning and planning, the idea is that we're setting a pathway for a future of things. And so are we gonna spend $1 million on signage this year or over the next 2 years or 3 years or 4 years? But I think what you look at is just like when you look at your own home. I mean, if you buy your house and you have a vision for what you want to decorate that house as, a lot of people buy their sofa and then next year they do their cabinets and next year you got a big vision for what you want to do. And so that's what we need to do and this is what this exercise is about, it's about setting a quality result. We talk about, well, we're not a Hampton community. I hear that all the time. Well, I don't know, you look around and tell me, are we a 5-star resort area? I mean, Los Portales. I mean, when you go to other places where you see a Ritz-Carlton, I mean, we got to have some give or take somewhere when we have this conversation. And putting up a $15 sign at the post office isn't going to get it done. I'm sorry, that's my professional opinion. So you got to have this mix between what is quality and then what it's going to cost to take it, and then what's the big bang you're going to get? How are you going to make ROI decisions along the way that makes sense for spending the money that you're looking to spend the money? And so, if a big portion of that is a digital sign that's going to be your kiosk, and that's $300,000 of it, okay, then get rid of the digital. I mean, those are the things we got to make. And so the next conversation in my mind is we understand we've got this budget number of $1.2 million. It's a budgetary number. When you were asked to approve that plan, you weren't being asked to approve any funds towards it, or we weren't going to build anything. That hasn't occurred. The next conversation is okay, that's a big nut. How do you then lower that cost? Can we value engineer? Can we maintain quality? Can we take some things out? Can we put the things in that the highest ROI first? Those are the things that we need to start looking at. And so that was kind of the next phase of this particular conversation. And then it goes to leadership, and and that's what they were trying to get at with Kimley Horn, was this phased approach. But, so that's how it works. And so that's what we're trying to get to. So is it going to be $1.2 million? It could be, I don't know. But is it going to be $1.2 million next year? No. Is it going to be $1.2 million over the next 20 years? I don't know. Maybe, but at least we've set what is quality. That's what good communities do. They outline what they want, what their vision is, it's
Just scared the hell out of it.
no, and I get it, and it's, when you get, and when you look at the circulation side of it as well, you hear all these things, traffic, and people are going too fast, and and so we've tried to address a lot of these issues one at a time. We'll fix this crosswalk, or we'll do this thing. At the same time, we've created additional problems, and so the idea is how do you create a clearer vision for what we want, and maybe something like this gets wrapped up in a 10 or 20-year plan. You look at your capital planning and how you want to accomplish it. You figure out there's a mix of private development that's going to participate. I mean, there's a lot of things, but the whole concept is have a vision for what's acceptable. Have a vision for what quality looks like. I mean, that's what we need to do, and to not move forward on it is just to leave it a chance. I mean, that's what we're doing. We'll just fix it as we go.
You finished?
Yes, sir.
Any other comments?
Can I just ask one question, Matt? Maybe you can answer. I was under the impression that the general plan does not legally expire. I was under the impression that your general plan stays in place until you pass another general plan. So can you clarify that for me?
Yes, that is a phrase that has been referenced to me as well. Their state law is not explicitly clear, but your general plan stays in place until you adopt or ratify a new plan. So while there is specific language of if you put the plan out and it is not ratified, that the existing plan stays in place. Unfortunately, state law doesn't explicitly say about the existing plan being updated itself, but the general plan does not expire. It stays in place until you have a new one that is ratified.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? So that was a very good discussion. So you did, good job. Thank you, Steve. Very nicely done. And good questions from those who are here tonight. So through the course of the meeting, our counsel, Mr. Wright, pointed out to me that the agenda item for this strategic economic development work plan simply says 2023-24 strategic economic development work plan, period. Doesn't say we're going to vote on it. It doesn't even say we were going to discuss it. We discussed it, and that's cool. But because of that, I've been advised that we cannot vote on it tonight. So you have to bring this back with a properly written agenda, and we'll revisit it. That's just a matter of the law. So that's where we are. And
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I mean, I'm absolutely fine with that. I mean, it's, I'm doing what I need to do, and I'm going to continue to work for this town, and I'll continue to do it in a way. This is just a way to formalize and make the things that we do transparent.
Excellent. Thank
All
you,
right,
Steve.
well, thank you. Thank you. Okay, that was very good discussion, really. So thank you all very much. Okay, item number 9. Review, discussion, and possible action to enter into an agreement with VSS International and authorization of funds from the Capital Improvement Program for the pavement maintenance project for 2023-24. Mr. Millstone.
Thank you, Mayor, council people, residents that want to hang around. So back in mid-July, we opened bids for the next phase of pavement improvements. At that point, I was shocked because the low bidder came in at 3.7 mil, knowing we had 2.94 mil in the budget. So I was sweaty. Remarkably, the contractor came down to match our cost, and I was going to say it's because of my remarkable negotiating skills, but not really. I think they like working here. They're the same crew that did this year's project, so they like working in our quaint little town, as well as working with our very patient drivers. And in retrospect, the things that we negotiated, so Gary, thanks for putting that up, and I apologize about the clarity. It's really, really poor. But so we reduced some of the items. The 2 text boxes that you see are both Cave Creek Road improvements that are taken out of the project. They were late going into the project, and we just can't afford them, so we're going to make them priority on the next project. So those came out, as well as for the downtown area, VSS has come up with a different type of ceiling, which is less expensive. So if you reduce those things, but they ate a good part of their budget, I'd say 400 to 500,000 that they reduced their budget to come match ours. The 2 important points here are that they're willing to sign a budget that says not to exceed, and they're willing to do the downtown area after dark, so at 9 p.m. or later. So those are the 2 factors that were real important to us. So at this point, I'd like to get your approval to work or have VSS sign the contract documents in the amount of 2.91 million, which is right at our budget number.
So in the downtown area, there was a change of plan in terms of the coding or the process.
Exactly.
So if we save a few bucks, what are we compromising? Longevity?
I would say not, especially because in the downtown area, we redo the roads about every 4 to 5 years because they're heavily traveled, as opposed to like Sentinel Rock, which we haven't done for 8 or 9 years. So it's just the preferred level of service depending upon the volumes on the roadway.
Okay. And you said it, and then I was like, my mind was somewhere else. What else was removed?
So the two Cave Creek Road sections, the intersection with Carefree Highway, that's gone, as well as the last project that we did on Cave Creek Road stopped at Hum Road, and we just want to continue that westward to our town limits, and that's gotten taken out too. That's not as important as the intersection with Carefree Highway. That's really in bad shape. But we'll just, like I said, prioritize it and make it the first priority in next year's budget.
Any other questions or comments from council?
So when they work overnight, are we talking all night or?
They would determine a stopping point for themselves.
Okay.
I mean, I think they would probably work in an 8-hour shift, maybe 10 hours, because it is nighttime work. But let's understand that they're going to have the full complements of lighting required to do nighttime work. So yeah, I wouldn't imagine them going more than 8 to 10 at the most hours at a time.
Okay. I know, residents are sensitive to the noise in the town center and lights and the beeping, backing up machinery.
Sure.
So.
Good point,
try to
Councilwoman
make that
Amoroso.
probably better over a shorter amount of days and longer hours, I would say, that's just my opinion.
Well, and I can work with them, and I can be on top of that to make sure that it's not too obnoxious, let's say.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead.
So what is the chip seal coating made of? I'm worried about dust. If you just put the rock down
Yeah.
and we put a light oil on it, is it gonna hold it all together?
Thanks, Councilman Miller. So they're going to be using a Cape Seal, which is the same as what they did this year. That consists of a chip seal, and the chip seal technology, I haven't seen a chip seal in many, actually decades. And I used to remember it where chips would be flying all over the place. But the technology in the past 20 years has made it so more improved that there's an additive put in the oil which makes it a lot more sticky, so you don't see any loose stones hardly at all. As soon as the roller goes over it a couple times, there won't be any, there'll be minimal amount of loose stones at that point. And then they put a heavy-duty Type 2 mag slurry seal on top of that. So it's an added improvement as opposed to just having a plain chip seal.
Sounds good, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
Just one, this money, we already voted on these funds, right, Gary, in the budget?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, this is part of the capital improvement program, just like the $2 million that was associated with the water agenda item. This is also budgeted under capital improvements as well, too.
Thank you.
All right. So at this juncture, I would entertain a motion. Oh. Yeah, please come up and put you on the 3-minute clock.
The questions are for you. Number one, I was curious, is this VSS company the same organization that did the work on Cave Creek Road from Mule Train East?
No, it is not.
Thank God. The other question, I'm not in this business, but a $789,000 difference between their initial bid and the final accepted bid, that's a lot of money on a $3 million project. $789,000. I was just wondering, like, the quality of the material. I mean.
Well, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So it'll be the same quality of what they did. So this year, everything that was done was from Rising Sun North. I call that the Highlands. I don't know if you people call it that. So in the beginning, it was a lot of calls because one side of the road was brown and one side was black. takes different curing periods. As well as some areas look like they didn't put enough material down. But again, once you go out there and looked at it, it was fine after a month. So no, the quality will be the same as what they did this year. And I was very satisfied with the quality. So the main issues, again, on the reduction, they're taking out those 2 sections of roadway, which is about 130 to 200,000. So that's, now we're down to like 500. And then the different type of work should be done in the downtown area is going to reduce it even more so. But they are taking, I'm going to say, a chunk of about, let's say, 350,000 out of their budget. But again, they really like working for us. They've been here well before I have, working with Gary. And they've done free work for us because we let them use our windmill storage site. So they like working with us, and they're happy to be doing it again.
And you did have another bid come in substantially higher. It's like
Yes, correct.
Over four.
So
north of
the
4
low
million.
bid was VSS. The next bid, there were 2 bidders, came in at 4.6. So at that point, like I said, I was shocked and sweating, but I'm glad it worked out in the end.
Okay, good. Any other questions or comments?
Mayor, members of the council, it's key to note the expense. So we budgeted about $3 million. It's coming in just below with some deductions to the project. The next bidder was approximately $4.5 million. These projects are not getting less expensive. They are only getting more expensive. And as our streets age, we're going to have to ensure that we have the funding there. That's why it's important to have our capital reserve funds. You hear me say this time and time again every spring, is that we put money aside for our largest liability, our streets. Any HOA knows this too, that's maintaining their streets. It's going dramatically up. The price of petroleum is going up. It's not going down, and it affects our street projects. So keep in mind that we have to keep on investing in our streets. They're oxidizing, they're cracking, they're falling apart. We're going to see more projects in the future in the $3 to $4 million range every year.
And we're gonna have to roll over that Cave Creek portion, 350K, have you said? for
Correct.
Next year.
Correct. Thank you for that, Gary. And the other thing I just want to point out too, that Gary's absolutely right. We dodged a bullet this year, but I heard this is our biggest liability, but we have to get in the mindset that this is also our largest resource. Our roadway system is our largest resource in town, bar none. So that's important to keep that in mind.
We may have gotten lucky. I mean, this company, VSS, I don't know why they reduced the price, but maybe we got lucky because they have another project nearby where they're, everything's staged, or maybe they had like, 2 weeks, they said, we got a gap, let's do something. So I think we're very fortunate.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't like to think too much about it. I just want to sign the contract.
Yeah, but we're lucky.
Yeah.
That's the point. Okay, any other comments? All right, so now we entertain a motion to enter into an agreement with VSS International and authorization of funds of $2,910,945.23, a not to exceed value from the Capital Improvement Program for the pavement maintenance project for 2023-24.
I'll support that.
If we have Mr. Hatcher in the second, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passed unanimously, thank you. And then we'll move on to our last item, agenda item number 10. Possible authorization for the appropriation of funds in the Streets Facilities Operational Expense Budget to fund the purchase of a Bros broom, RTC-350, in the amount of $89,203.73. Mr. Millstone.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. So the existing kick broom we have now is 19 years old. It breaks down all the time. We spend anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000 a year trying to get it up and running. On top of that, there are times right now that we're doing storm cleanup, and it's not in service, and we need to have a usable kick broom, so we actually rent one at between $2,000 and $4,000 a month. So we try to limit that to only use the rental one for 2, maybe 3 weeks to keep the price down. The other issue that my guys keep telling me I gotta bring up is it's a safety issue. The steering goes out about every other month, and when I mean goes out completely, there's no steering. We brought it back to the dealers. They don't have the parts to repair it correctly. So they jury rig it, and again, it'll last for a month or 2 and go out again. So while they're driving down the road, the steering just goes. And then they have to tow it back. The other issue recently is it's not picking up like it should. They go over a section of road, the same section 2 or 3 times, and it's still not picking up the sand and sedimentation like it should. So it's more than time to get rid of it. And I credit my staff. They've been going to Empire. They found what they like. They work with them and negotiated with them. So that's where they came up with the price of $89,000 plus. That price includes a discount of about 10%, and it will be a new vehicle in 2024 because it takes 14 to 16 months to make this. As well as they're giving us almost $7,000 in trade-in, which in my mind is at least double what we would get if we went to auction with the vehicle. So the total price is $89,203.73. Our budget item, Gary was smart enough to put this in our operating expenses. We had $120,000 covered. So this is way below that. It's not the 3 bids that you'd like to see, and these are very hard to find. They did find a different kind of kick broom that has the broom in the front of the vehicle, but they're happier having it underneath the driver's section. They feel they have more control with that, as well as this vehicle, as Gary showed up there, is the one that ADOT uses all throughout the state. So it's a very, very good vehicle. And again, I'm looking for authorization to sign the contract documents and have them build one of this for us, replace the one we have now.
Okay. Any comments or questions from council?
One fine-looking piece of machinery, John.
Well, it won't be the final, but it's one other one. Any public comment? Okay, so I would entertain a motion for the approval of funds from the Streets Facilities Operational Expense Budget to fund the purchase of a Bryce Broom RTC 350 in the amount of $89,203.73.
I'll motion to approve the appropriation of funds in the Streets Facilities Operational Expense Budget to fund the purchase of a Rose Broom RTC 350 in the amount of $89,203.73.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously. Item number, thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Item number 13, adjournment.
I move that we adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you all for sticking around. This is for, Cal. Oh, Michael? That was good, thank you very much. That would have been a fiasco.
Jeez. You priced
I don't know. I should have caught it.
Oh, yeah? Oh, that has to be, yeah.
Right, you're right. I'm glad you did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Couple.
earned your pay tonight just for that. I don't know what we paid you, 5,000 or so.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. Well, I mean, like I say, it was a long time ago, but I did it for, what was it, 300,000 employees.
Yeah.
So, you know, all right, take care.
Okay.
I mean, this is the man that got insulted tonight. Your town manager.
John, if he wants to raise 10 million. You know what they're about?
One thing I worry about is
They want us to.
Oh, yeah.
There's no money.
Yeah, that's pissing away money.
Killing time.
No, but there's no money.
Aren't you glad you're not running for reelection?
Well, it's capitalism. I mean, you can't dictate to a private property owner what they want to do, when they want to do it with their property. We've been frustrated because we met with them a number of times, and they're like, look, we can sit on this thing as long as we want. We don't care. It's just the market. Yeah, but they want to sell it at a premium. They want to sell it at a premium more than the property is worth. So what's happening is, on the flip side,